Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
simple man making his way through the galaxy. Like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, people face stand, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lap, front and back on the train track. On Yak and Herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. Down in economics, shorty, we can make like Zelda. That broke me, you a billion.
Is a Joji character? Well, was. What's a Joji character? Jojo? Jojo's Bizarre Adventure? I don't know what that is. Filthy Frank. That's the guy that made the video, right? Okay. Feel it. Like I know that the YouTuber or whatever, Filthy Frank, but yeah, never really watched his stuff. Might have seen it, that Pink Man character. Hair cake was his best video. He baked hair into a cake. And what got people to actually eat it? Raw and cooked. How can something be raw and cooked? What kind of God would allow that? The hair prevented the center of the cake from cooking. Oh, okay. So the inside was still like cake mix, like wet, drippy cake mix. I don't know, hair could do that. And goopy. Sounds insane. Alright, let's see. I don't know if we watched the clown episode, but that's where I'm gonna start it off. Episode 3. Are you afraid of the dark? Well, is this gonna be it? Hair cake?
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Maybe later? Okay. King Kong, Godzilla, King Kong, Shimo versus Scar King. Shimo. Godzilla runs on all fours? I haven't seen that. There's a baby King Kong. I still gotta see this. Wait, that's not Godzilla? What the hell is that? Shimo? Alright, never heard of Shimo. How big is the baby King Kong? Okay, he's almost as big as they are. Not a super tiny. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, some of the movies, the old movies make baby Godzilla super tiny. And baby, I don't know, is there a baby King Kong in the old movies? Is that one supposed to be like a turtle? Is that the new Gamera? Oh man, this is the finale. Alright, guess I don't have to watch this anymore. Spoiler alert. End of the movie. Oh yeah, what's up with that weird Mega Man secret level thing? Let's see that. It's a quick trailer, I think. Yeah, 39 seconds. I don't know why they came up with this weird ass idea. I don't know what is it. It's like a review show or what? Documentary show? Rock. December 10th. Groundbreaking stories inspired by what? Favorite games. Okay. Yeah. Weird ass idea. And somehow Mega Man is in there on Prime. Okay. Cool. I got that. And here we go. A scary clown episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Because it's Saturday. Playing ball. Bak, bak, bak. Scary enough. Wait, that's fucking dangerous. Actual fire. That can't be legal. Ah, Oh, did he give him the middle finger? Fuck you, Zebo. So cool. EG? It's dry poop. Whatever he cooked up in the microwave. Oh, hey, Marcus. Running away from Zebo. Ah, flashing lights. Where'd he get cigars? Big ass cigar. Just throwing toxic smoke out. Hmm. Now it's time to run. Ouija, that was his name? What the hell? Kind of name is that? Doo 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 doo. Sound kind of sounds like Tales from the Crypt. Just noticed. Doo 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 doo. Bum 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 ba dum bum bum. All right, what's this one called? Let's see if I remember this one. The Twisted Claw. Nope, don't remember what this one's about. What's that emote? Grunty one creep champ. What the hell is going on there? Looks like a messed up puppet behind a bush. Oh shit, death? Who are you taking pictures of now? Investigate Godilla. Hmm. It's ready. The scariest story of all time. You know hair cake? You do, Macus? What the? How do you how do you know about that? Everyone follows these same weirdos. First that Chris Chan or whatever the hell. Now this guy, Filthy Frank or whatever. Barf cake. Ugh, sick. Bunch of gross stuff. Damn it. There's one where they fill up a tub with ramen noodles and take a bath. Oh man. Don't tell me they eat it. They're in the bath and eating the ramen. Some grandpa itchy stuff. Sounds like a bunch of gross ass videos that I wouldn't want to see. And look at that house. What the hell? Looks so fake. There's one where they find a dead rat and cook it. Oh, god damn. But do they eat any of this stupid food they're making? You and your friends thought that was the funniest shit too.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Warning, contains vomit. Okay. Or Macus. How old is this? Ugh. This is just kind of fucking gross. I don't think it's even funny. Getting sick just looking at this crap. Need a vomit emote for this video. Uh, When did you see this, Macus? Is this like 10 years old? No, ads are on? Okay, shit. 8 years ago? Shit. I don't know if I should just play it through the ads. Yeah, I think this is you're both well yeah, Macus you're subbed, right? Godilla, since this is your video, I'm gonna let it play just to get it over with. Not a short video though. Not a short video at all. Ugh, yeah. I feel fucking sick. Dead. Macca's died from watching sick videos like this. We're all dead. Yeah, it looks like the inside of a couch, couch foam. Gotta throw up. This was YouTube 10 years ago. Macca says 8 years. I mean, yeah, maybe you saw it 8 years ago, but it could be older. Well, that's good. He died. He dead, man. Boom. Right. It's over. The nightmare is over. Nightmare is over. That god awful video. Thankfully, it's done. It's done. I'm done. Pull the plug.
I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
You watched shit like that all the time when you were younger? Probably why you're so fucked up. You too, Godzilla, but now it's only birds. That's good. Stick to the birds. Aw, monkey paw? If you can find them, there's two weird as fuck videos you watched. Okay, not not as bad. So they're not like disgusting videos. Is it just people getting hurt? That'll be better. If it's just idiots like Jackass hurting themselves. Oh no, just weird. Okay. Shit. Mm. Oh, dead. Thought he was gonna die. You have a playlist of over 200 videos and a playlist of dumbest shit you could find. You're you're collecting all those. I have a bunch of playlists, but separated. I don't. None of them have like 100. Probably 50, maybe for for one playlist. And I try to organize that crap to different playlists. Looks like they're just taking it easy. Like they're not really trying to run. Yeah, look at that. A claw. Uh-huh. There's a dog. Oh shit. Did he make a wish about a dog attacking him? What dog? Hey, this playlist has a bunch though. Just saw episodes of Are You Afraid of the Dark? There's like 283. Yeah, 283. But at least I'm not the one that put them together. 'Cause that would be too much. Individually collecting them each episode. Shit. Time to kill your parents. Here comes death. What was the wish? For his grandpa? Hmm. It's nothing. Oh, Chicken Run. Trick or treat. Uh, what? What? What was that reaction? Smile. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. Got to pause this. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Okay, just leave it there. This is something. This is something Barf put up, I think, the Discord or in his Discord. I don't know. And somebody on Instagram said this is better than. No wonder they were going hard. Oh, that's a Christmas video. It's too early for Christmas. Saving that for later. Let's see. Oh, hey Jenny, welcome in. Hope all is well. Yeah, everything's going pretty good. Gabagoo. You found the videos? Missed hair cake? Yeah, good. It's good that Jenny missed that disgusting video. Yabagoo. Yeah, count yourself lucky. Yeah, I didn't even want to see it, but Godilla requested. There's also human cake made from nuts, hair, nail clippings, piss, poop, and bleach. Bleach? The hell? Oh, Marcus. The weird video request.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
You're actually... What the hell? That's the stuff Godilla's into. Disgusting videos. Or he says he was into 10 years ago. Now he's all into birds. Cool guy has chill day. See what this is about. Your friend showed you this years ago. This is also 10 years ago. I guess that's what YouTube used to be like. 10 years ago, people just making goofy videos like this. Or at least they're not eating hair cake and throwing up all over the place. What was that? Lonely Boy Industries? Yeah. All right. Any more weirdo requests? If not, back to our regularly scheduled program. Yeah, it said 2009. So, damn, even older. It's not over. Yeah. It's Are You Afraid of the Dark? But
just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Marcus wants us to see this. Another weirdo video in his collection. Going to the store. This is not you going to the gas station, Marcus. Somebody else. Okay, what the fuck? Oh, wait. I remember this. I saw this weird shit. Yeah, this one somehow I actually saw this. I don't know where it came out. It might have been G4. Yeah, I think I might have seen that on G4 or whatever. Like, they just like to show weird shit sometimes. Like during the commercials, a crazy video would pop up like that. The Tale of the Hungry Hounds. You know this show, Jenny? I used to watch this every Saturday night. Watched it when you were a kid. Yeah. Well, for me, I was already a little older.
Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday in California. She brought her dog to the Midnight Society. You can't do that. Soul. Nothing but a mouse hole. Squeak. Big dog. Hmm. Mhm. Ouija board. Anybody play with the Ouija board? Release some demons? You did? Oh shit. I don't even want to mess with that thing. Too scary for me. What what happened? Anything, Jenny? Any spooky stuff? Cheeseburger. Requesting
Cheeseburger
something.
Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, it looks like you're streaming. Let me leave you lurk here. Okay. This is at least this is related to the episode. What is a Ouija board? Sorry, it is a stupid question. I just want to know. Yeah, it's related. You think your imagination got the best of you, your sister, and you kept hearing shit calling out your names, calling out names after. Calling, yeah, was it calling your name? That's pretty scary. I mean, either way, calling calling out names. Danger Rouse. Which nobody knows how to spell shit. Your names? Oh, okay. And your little brother's names. I think that's real then. Yeah, I don't think it was your imagination. I think you yeah, I think that was all really happening, Jenny. And you're just trying to uh pretend that it was all fake so you don't have to face the reality that you release some demons into the world. Whoops. Whoops a daisy. That's why I don't want to mess with no Ouija boards. Cool pants. Oh, there was a little rat. It's a weird outfit for that girl. Looks like she works at Best Buy or some shit. She's the manager. What? Oh, ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Bird noises. Bird noises for Godzilla. So you actually believe in ghosts and shit? Yeah. You got a few weird incidences of your own, not just curious. I believe in ghosts. I don't know. I haven't seen a ghost or anything, but I don't know. I have a feeling it's true they exist. Oh, but just curious. Yeah, I think they're real. Aliens and ghosts are real. If you don't believe in them, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it feels like there's a some weird presence, and you just feel like something's around. I don't know. You get a weird, creepy feeling, and yeah, sometimes you just hear unexplainable noises and shit like that, and you try to pretend that you didn't hear that. So you just kind of like gaslight yourself. Like, oh no, that was nothing. I didn't hear nothing. That was not a ghost. Yeah, you gotta let me know about those weird incidences. Wonder what kind of crazy stuff have you seen or heard? Did anything like that happen? Ever see a weird old guy like that in the woods? I missed this episode. I don't remember this one at all. Oh, you saw a woman sitting in a rocking chair when you were staying at a friend's house? You sat up and watched her for about 3 minutes, just rocking and smiling. Then you finally nudged your friend until he woke up. He sat up and looked, and she looked over and smiled. He jumped. and she was gone. Oh man, so he saw it too, not just you. He said that you made it happen, even though his mom just bought the house 3 days earlier. That you made it happen? How the hell could you make that happen? That's a weird accusation. Damn, that's pretty insane. Yeah, I've heard other people tell me that, well, at least one person I know told me they definitely saw a ghost, and that they found out the day after that the house that they were staying at, the people that lived there, they let them know that, yeah, there's a ghost. I hope you didn't see the ghost yesterday. And he was like, I did. I saw a fucking ghost. Yeah, he said that you were crazy, clear denial, but he's the one that jumped up, right? You said he saw it and he freaked out, sat up and looked at it. She over and smiled. He jumped and she was gone. So yeah, he's just in pure denial. He clearly saw it and freaked the hell out. Damn. I guess that's what people do. They go into denial because they don't want to face the reality that there's monsters in the world. There's ghosts and goblins. Scary stuff. Is that a monster? Macca's? A Grinch? Oh, looks like ads are gonna start in a little bit. Make sure to pause this scary story. Starting soon. Feed the dogs. There we go. Okay. Time for Anna Shark Rave Party. Who's that little dancing mouse? It's a funny little emote. Tabitha. Oh, was she in here? Why do I feel like I know that name? Tabitha? Or Tabith 1? Batty? Damn. 46 more of their emotes? Holy shit. That's a ton of emotes. I think I barely got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 28. Yeah, 28. So almost getting up there. Thirty-nine seconds to go. I want to start doing some animated ones where the damn animation's a bitch. Where I have to animate it. Gotta come up with something for those. Oh, actually, I do have an idea. I want to make the heart emotes, wink, do a wink. This one, play heart. Want to make him wink and tilt his head a little. Oh man, that's a great emote. 'Cause I do love pizza. Heart pizza. Awesome emote. Here come the dogs. Yeah, we're jamming. Oh, you got another heart pizza? Oh, nice. Double heart. Little jamming. A little rave party. They killed her. The dogs killed her. Oh no. That story about the smiling lady in the rocking chair that you told us, Jenny, that that sounds like straight out of Are You Afraid of the Dark? That could have been one of the stories in this show. Where the friend doesn't believe what they saw, says you're crazy. That never happened. Mhm. Admittedly, it's not the only one. You would think you were crazy, but you've had it happen with other people there, with other witnesses. Shit, that sounds rare for a lot of people to see a ghost. And for anyone to see a ghost on, well, different ghosts on different occasions. I haven't seen one. Oh, yeah. In I don't know. Some ways I kind of want to see a ghost, but then again, I don't know. It would be too scary. But yeah, I think it would be better to have seen one, just so you could prove to yourself that yeah, they're real, 100%. Isn't that the outfit the girl was wearing in the last story? It looks like yeah, yeah, low budget. Exactly. They're like, hey, we can reuse this. I don't think anybody's gonna notice. Kristen, Hammett, you geek. Tale of the Rocking Chair Ghost. Mm, by Jenny B. Pizza. Oh, well, an actual graveyard. He didn't? Eat her. Okay, Godzilla. Time for a Godzilla video.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
This is Bird Up. Hey, there's two different types of bird.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
What the hell? Yep, we're watching a ptarmigan video. Svalbard rock ptarmigan. What is this? German Spitzbergen? How long is this one? Okay, 4 minutes. All right. They're cute little birds. Yeah, I don't want to see even birds puking. That that's it's gonna be gross too. Even though that is how they feed their babies, right? Just two birds chilling in the woods. Oh, hey, visual madness. Rats can't vomit? Really? What the hell? It's an interesting fact. If it is a fact. Rats can't vomit. I wonder why? You're dozing off. Catch you later. All right, Jenny. Have a good doze. Have a good sleep. Thanks for that. No problem, Jenny. Anytime. Peck pick poke. The life of a ptarmigan. Camera Marek Jakowski. Max Jakowski. 2 years ago. Now back to the show. The Tale of the Prom Queen. Symmetry. This guy says everything weird. Has to do with their anatomy. Too many things to get. Too many things to post explaining it. Oh, really? Goes into great detail. The rest, there was like nothing in there. You want the rest of this tiny drop of my gross milkshake? Oh, look, now they filled it up a little more. All killed. Yeah, want the backwash end of this milkshake? That's what I was thinking. I was like, ugh, who offers somebody their backwash milkshake? Nasty motherfucker. Lagopus gotica, Lagopus muta, Lagopus lecura, all the birds. Hmm, excellent. What's this Wikipedia page on all those different Lagopuses? Tetraurogalus. What a creep. But I like that. I like that you're a weirdo. Sexual tension. Yeah, that's what they were going for. Awkward teen moments. That's what this show is all about. Teens, the idiot. Oh, you don't think they were teens? They were 20-year-olds pretending to be teens? I don't know. They look pretty young, but they could be in their 20s. Who knows? Where's Jason? Get ready for Jason to pop out of the water. People never think you're as old as you are. Maybe you missed your calling to be a TV teen. Yeah, if you look young enough, you could pretend to be a teen on TV for years and years, and nobody will question it. Kiki, ma. Yeah, the Karate Kid in the first movie, he was like 30 something. No, I think he was 20 something, but way older than I would have guessed. I really thought he was like a 13-year-old kid. It's freaking nuts. Ralph. Yeah, Ralph Macchio. Oldest teenager. Oldest teenager or youngest looking 20 something year old. Yeah, yeah. When I found that out, I was like, no way. What the hell? That is some crazy shit. Mr. Miyagi was 19. Wow. Now that's unbelievable.
Very poor choice of words.
So Ralph Macchio was 22 years old during the filming of Karate Kid in 1984. Pretending to be like a 14-year-old
Very poor choice of words.
or wait, maybe 16 he was supposed to be. Because he was driving in the movie, so I guess he was 16, supposedly. you're 37 now. Maybe you could still pull off being a teen. You should try it. Go go audition for some Disney Channel show or Nickelodeon show. Or even CW. They do a lot of teen shows, right? Wouldn't know where to start. Oh, yeah, I think you gotta be living close to a city where they do a lot of filming. Like nowadays, a lot of stuff is filming in Atlanta, and of course, all the big cities, LA and New York, Chicago. If you live in Canada, I think there's a ton of stuff being filmed over there. Yeah, time to move to California if you're willing to take a risk. What? Say what? You're in the US, but maybe Canada's in the option. I wouldn't mind going to Canada now. If I could become a Canadian citizen and just live in Canada, I would do that. You mean the job you usually do is always hiring and Cali pays more? Oh yeah, that's true. California pays more, but it's also more expensive, so but if you become an actor, then you're all good. Karate Karate Kid Legends 2025. Is that the movie that they're working on? New Karate Kid movie? True, probably evens out. Yeah, I think it does for the majority of workers. It might seem like they're getting paid a lot, but then to live there also costs a lot. So yeah, if you got a regular old job, you're probably gonna be struggling. Be a grumpy mean girl teen. Yep, already struggling. I think most of the country is everybody's fucking just barely getting by. Capture soul. Yikes. That's a red ass house. Looks weird. You get further in. Oh, if I got further in Max, Curse of Brotherhood. But work starts up tomorrow, so progress gonna be. Oh, you got further. Yeah, what part are you? Are you past the part that I got up to? I think I got. So I got two extra markers. Damn, what the hell? Everybody has weird hair. Yeah, I got the marker that creates vines. That was like the last big event. Chapter 2. You have three. Yeah, so you got three markers. Um, I think I'm still in chapter 2 then. I don't know. But it feels like I've done a lot already in the game. Past that. Oh, okay, you're past, definitely past where I was. All right. Yeah, I'm really liking that game. It's really like it's not super difficult, but yeah, it's cool solving the little puzzles, knowing when to use each of the markers and everything. So wait, the stiff vines or the hanging one? Yeah, the hanging ones, the ones you swing from. Yeah, yeah, both of those. But yeah, it's kind of weird that it's still chapter 2 after all these levels and facing all those enemies and everything. Wonder if that means there's only a few chapters or something. You don't know if you Oh, you don't know if you're further? Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely be playing it a little bit later. I also gotta go back and see if I can finish that King Pong game on Game Boy Advance. I hope the game saved. What a dork. There might not be many chapters. Yeah, let me check. I want to see how many total. Is it? I think I saw the walkthrough, maybe some walkthrough in it. I don't think it was that long, the entire game. Chapters in Max Curse Brother. But the video game Max Curse of Brotherhood has 7 chapters. Okay. Damn, I was thinking maybe 5 at most. Damn, I think I might be in chapter 3. I kind of recognize the names. Chapter 3, Lost in the Dark. I might be there. I'll see. I'll see when I get back to that. Yeah, 7. Yeah, 7 sounds like a lot more. Let's see, how long is the game? How long is Max Brotherhood? Average playtime for the game is 5 to 7 hours to complete the main story, depending on your pace and puzzle solving skills. 5 to 7. You're definitely in chapter 2? Hmm. Yeah, I think where I last left off, it felt like the beginning of a new chapter. So I probably am right there, the start of chapter 3. What's up with this weirdo? What the hell? No More Heroes has, 3 has 10 bosses, and you're like the third. You played it for like 3 hours, right? Or was it longer? What the hell? Yeah, it's long. So it sounds like takes an hour for each boss. Damn.
And none of you are leaving until we solve this.
Oh shit. It says No More Heroes 3 takes 12 hours. And if you're a gamer that strives to see all the aspects of the game, you're likely to spend 28 and a half hours to obtain 100% completion. Shit. I don't think I would want to do that 100%. Holy shit. You haven't you haven't been bad at the puzzles, but you hit the wrong buttons and dial out. I kept dying with that giant monster that chases you. That part was kind of tough. I don't know if you went through that. But yeah, there's that giant monster, and then you just have to run away as fast as you can, and then hide under like this big wooden structure. Yeah, that part had to do had to try it like 20 times to get past. Time to go back to Jank. No more no more Heroes 3. Giving up on it. You think you're at the end of that, and he keeps grabbing you. Yeah, that must be it then. Yep. Keep getting munched. Yep. That's where I was stuck for a good while. He he fucking catches you so easily. Like It feels impossible to get away. What the hell? Electric mirror? This guy's hair keeps getting weirder. You gonna finish that one? You mean No More Heroes? You'll finish it, but you do want to play the. Oh yeah, you bought a bunch of weird games. You said, right? So you still got a million other games. Took a break from them. Yeah, he's so fast for an ogre with stump feet. Yeah, he catches you like nothing. It seems impossible, but shit, I felt like when finally made it, it was like I did everything perfect, made all the jumps as quickly as possible, didn't didn't stumble on anything. No, she found the magic button with all his crazy shit. You don't do perfection in games? Oh no, you may never pass that part. I think you'll get it, but yeah, it's tough. And it was like suddenly that part was the toughest part of the game for me because the rest of it I was getting through pretty at a pretty good pace, and then suddenly right there, it's like you hit a wall and you're like, damn, this this part sucks. Same here, and you go back to the start of the chase. Yeah, so you gotta do all those jumps exactly right and everything, and then hope for the best. Damn, the parents are dying. It takes it takes you too long to do the skill when it's required. That's where you're messing up on speed. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. Somehow I got through that. Kind of think like when you're jumping, you have to like lightly tap the jump button so you could go faster. 'Cause yeah, I think the longer you hold the jump, the higher up you go, and that kind of slows you down, I think. So quick little jumps. Or oh, okay. I thought the ads were on. Looks like they're gonna start and get ahead of that. Ads starting right now. All right.
Just wholesome, family, friendly fun.
Ichabod's asked me, why do you love pigeons? Fuck you talking about pigeons. I ain't got no love for pigeons, cocksucker. You must be mixing me up with some other piece of shit. I ain't got no connection to those feathered fools. Get your facts straight and stop asking me about
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Damn, okay. It just ends like that. Oh shit. They got old school Ghosts and Goblins graphics.
Just wholesome, family, friendly fun.
Ichabod's asked me, why do you love pigeons? Fuck you talking about pigeons. I ain't got no love for pigeons, cocksucker. You must be mixing me up with some other piece of shit. I ain't got no connection to those feathered fools. Get your facts straight and stop asking me about birds.
Barf, Face 9000, asked me, tell us how Homer, aka Homie, puts in dat work and lays pipe on you every night. Oh my stars, I have no idea what you're talking about. Homer and I just enjoy a lovely evening watching TV or trying out new recipes. He's all about that family love. You know, nothing else. Just wholesome, family, friendly fun.
Harmless drugs makes them legal everywhere. Especially if they're like helpful drugs like
Omega Mac 10 sent. I was put in a holding cell with 20 other guys. We had to crap in the same crapper in the middle of the room. And I just told myself...
Yeah, hopefully that works. That pro tip. Hopefully you can get through that crazy part. Oh, buddy. Sad old man. Time to play some video games. Time to play the game. Dun 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 dun. Episode 8.
Megadilla99 just redeemed Play Mega Man.
Alright. Yeah, it's December now. Yup. Where does the time go? So which one does it play? Oh, there we go, yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Hopefully I can beat the King Kong game. Let's go to game screen. Gotta fix that Mega Man. Make him bigger. Game Boy Advance. King Kong. This is a short game, so I think I could probably beat it in a couple of hours or less. And this is a backlog game.
Take a look at this, sir.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he's a nihilist. Carl Hungus.
Cool. save state work. Oh, but also like I think I did load game from the actual game, it would have worked. Either way. Let's see, what the hell was I doing here? I think I just entered a new dungeon or something. How's the volume on this? Looks good. Whoa, shit, what the fuck? That. Oh, the wind. Weird. Thought the guy pushed me. Wanna get a picture? Okay, yep. Does that. Oh shit. Oh, damn it. Mushrooms. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Scarab shell, whoops. And sulfur. Wait, no, I could just put this. Oh. Where did he grab this? Huh. It's weird. Jesus. Oof. Oh, what's going on? Oh, get a picture of this King Kong statue. Oh, another Switch puzzle. So, can't move that anymore. Okay, maybe gonna block all the airways. Nope.
I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
Oh, what's this? Fire, water, leaves. What does it mean? Wind. Three leaves, 4 water. 2 wind. One fire. Over here, what is this? Leaves, earth, the elements. Yeah, leaves, kind of a weird one. I would think Earth. I'm thinking like Captain Planet. Like leaves is kind of a weird choice to go with. That represents Earth. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, Earth. But how would they draw dirt? It would look kind of lame. If it was just a couple rocks or something. You found the torch. Carl will be able to make another with a stick and a liana. What the hell? What is that? Oh, I can't move this one. Alright, now I guess I could start a fire. Alright, awesome. Now he keeps the torch. Alright, that's cool. What the? Wait, what happened there? Jump in, okay. I was looking away, so guessing that this one path opened up. Oh damn, nope. I lit the fire. Oh, I thought maybe this one opened. Nope. You think I gotta light? Oh shit. Oh damn, ran out. Okay, what oh, this is a liana. And a stick. Yeah, let's make a bunch of them. Why not? So, like the rest. Bam. Oh shit, the wind. Oh, damn, the wind turned off the fire. Okay, so maybe... Oh, okay, I think... Yeah, I'm supposed to turn this on. Okay, that makes sense. And this is blocking that wind. Wait, there's fire right there. Yeah, okay, cool. Excellent. You're thinking in each door you get access to each element. Yeah, when each spot has its element, the main door opens. Yeah. So it's gonna be a water puzzle. I think that was the wind puzzle right now. Boom. That brown thing didn't look like something. Yeah, I know, right? It just looks like a dumb block. Like part of the background. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I think a lot of stuff just looks like background things that you wouldn't even think are important. Ooh. It's kind of weird killing dinosaurs in this game. Alright, says leaf down there, wind over here, I guess. Yeah, more wind stuff. Oh shit, does push you. Yeah, why are there dinosaurs? That's how King Kong, the movie was like that. There's dinosaurs on his island. Skull Island. Right, so I guess, damn, this looks breakable, but it's probably not. It's just funny that you could just straight up kill dinosaurs with a machine gun. Okay, yeah. Now I'm on this side. There we go. Grenada? Grenada? What's that about? Okay. Now we fall down again. Alright, gotta go all the way back. Where the hell is this? I remember entering this room. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a map. Maybe that'll help. Not really, but don't leave me alone. Oh, stupid. Oh, what? Peter Jackson's The Gorilla? You have to watch more Kong movies. You wanted to know. I mean, you wanted to when you were married, but he would be all, I don't want to watch that. Why can't they just leave Kong alone? What? Like it's not a real documentary. Yeah, what? He felt sorry for Kong, so he couldn't watch it? Jeez. Sounds like he he would have a problem watching any movie where there's any tiny bit of conflict. So pretty much every movie, I can't watch that. People get hurt. I don't like when people have arguments. I can't watch anything. Oh, his mom got mad at you after you saw the second Jurassic World? Really? Because the dinos died? He loved violence if it was just people. Oh my god. How old? How old is he that his mom would get mad if he saw Jurassic World? What the hell? Oh, down here? Is this it? Wait, what the hell? Okay, I'm trying to find a path down there. Your ex and his mom are a fucking mess. Damn, and he's older than you, and his mom is still treating him like a baby. Don't watch scary movies with dinosaurs. It'll give you nightmares. Okay, I gotta get down there somehow. Shit. You don't like seeing animals hurt in movies? Yeah, it's not real. I mean, back in the day, they did used to hurt animals because there was no law against it. So you might see an old movie where an animal does get hurt or killed. But nowadays, nah, that doesn't happen. Anybody doing that in a movie will definitely go to jail. Damn, so how would I get over there? Yeah, those really old ones. I don't know when they started to make the laws against animal abuse in movies, but sometime in the 80s, I remember seeing messages about like no animals were hurt during the making of this movie. That message would pop out. So I'm thinking it probably happened in the 80s, maybe 70s. Oh wait, I never went over here? This might be it. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, man, I just don't notice these exit ways or whatever That just looks like more crumbling rock background. It's hard to tell when there's an exit. Uh-oh, bam. Still a dead end. Oh, unless I think I could throw a spear. Oh no, damn it. Crap. Whoops, I want to make a spear. Yep, 5. Yeah, it's a good thing that happened. It was a different time. Back in the day, yeah, I mean, it was like they're barely figuring out what to do with movies. Movies were still pretty new, even in the 70s. Not much time really had gone by, and yeah, they had to figure out like all the rules that, like, you know, people are gonna get pissed off if they see animals getting killed in movies. So all the filmmakers had to find out eventually, like, hey, nobody's gonna want to see this shit if you're killing animals. So better change the way you make movies, damn it. You're upsetting way too many people. Customers. Oh wait. Oh, I never even went over here. What the? Are these? Feel like these were closed, maybe. Oh, here we go. There's, yeah. I think this is actually the way to go now. Time to kill a dinosaur. Boom. Yeah, for real, we don't want, yeah, I don't want to see animals getting hit, killed. Any type of animal abuse is just, it's pretty messed up. Poor animals, they didn't do nothing. They didn't hurt nobody. You don't want to see that happen to people either, not like for real. Yeah, like anything that's just fictional, it's make-believe. They use special effects. I don't mind that. You can show people and animals getting hurt if it's all fake. But yeah, hurting any creatures on purpose just for a movie, that's pretty fucked up. Does not need to happen. Alright. Another path down here. Oh, here we go. Cool. So that's that. Oh shit. See, killing dinosaurs in a video game, not a big deal. Especially when they're used for meat. You're starving, you want some dinosaur burgers? Go ahead. Kill all the dinosaurs you want. Bonner. Switch. Alright, cool. And okay, yeah, the other one was over here. Not all Nom Nom Dino meat. Yeah, I was somebody was talking about it. I think they asked, was it you? Maybe it was you. Somebody brought up eating dinosaur meat. I was like, yeah, it's gotta probably be pretty tasty. Not all dinosaurs went extinct. That's a myth. Archaeopteryx? Archaeopteryx? Dinosaur meat would just be bird. Yeah. Just a giant bird. Giant chicken meat. So it's gotta be good. Run away. Is this where I came from? Yeah. Okay. So can't go down there yet. Or I think I was down there. Looks like I pushed those statues, maybe. And there's one exit. Only non-avian. Oh, what? Oh, it wasn't you. You do wonder if they ate they ate dinos in the Flintstones, or if they only had dinos as friends. No, they ate dinosaurs. Cause what was that giant set of ribs or whatever? The big old pair of ribs, or when they go to the, I want to say they go to a drive-in, and Fred orders ribs, and they're so big it flips over the car. Something like that happens. That had to be a dinosaur that they were eating. Yeah, those big ass ribs. What else could that be? That had to be some kind of dinosaur. Or a woolly mammoth. Something like that. Oh, what the hell? Oh, okay, here I could throw a spear. I'm thinking... Yeah, there we go. Rules on what ones you eat, what ones are pets. Oh yeah. Like what was Dino? Wait, yeah, I don't know. Wasn't Dino a Brontosaurus. And I swear they talk about eating Bronto burgers. So I don't know what the hell. Maybe maybe Dino was something else, different type of dinosaur. Yeah, Bronto burgers sounds like something that they said. You think so? Yeah. Bronto burger. And yeah, Dino looks closest to a Brontosaurus, I would say. Like a tiny one. Mini Brontosaurus. Poor Dino. His relatives get eaten. Oh, wait, how do you... What the... Oh, no way. That thing just went back. Alright, gotta set that switch off again. Sounds like Jack Black when I switch to that character. Sounds like Jack Black laughing. And that's the last one. All right. Want to get a picture again. Oh, Dino's a made up species. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that. I think they mention it in the first episode that they find Dino or something. He's a Snorkosaurus. Yeah, that's funny. Snorkosaurus. They just had to make up something. He's like a dog. Oh, this sounds like a boss battle. Oh my god, where are these freaking centipedes coming from? There's way too many, what the fuck? Okay. What the hell do they want me to do? Torch. Grenade. Is it just killing these bugs? It's gonna be dumb if that's all I had to do, just kill a million bugs. Oh shit, that guy's gonna get killed. I don't see what's the solution here. Yeah, centipedes for days. Infinite centipedes, damn it. This makes no sense. We're both almost dead. What, throw a grenade in the freaking whirlpool for some reason? No. Yeah, I don't get it. I was hoping not to look at the walkthrough again, but I think I'm gonna have to check it out. More grenades. More torches. And spear. Damn. Oh, this thing closed up. Shit. Okay. I don't know if these statues mean anything. No, I guess they just look like backgrounds, really. Can't push them around. Nope, nothing. Whoops, wrong one. Blow them up. I don't know if you're in ads or so I'll type this out. Oops. Forgot. Oh, I gotta change that setting. I don't want it to pause like that. Let's see, blow up what, the centipedes or something? I'm gonna save state here. And I have a feeling it's something to do with the fire right here. Shit. Got fire and water. fucking centipedes. Oh yeah, I can keep getting health. There you go, Carl. You're all good. Those statues you were trying to push, okay. I'll give it a shot. Whoops. Oh, damn. Yeah, they're not blowing up. Damn. Ouch. Oh yeah, the centipedes, they blow up. But then there's just infinite centipedes, so yeah, I don't know, shit, what could it be? Shouldn't be that tough to figure out. I don't have many options here. I must have missed something with the items, probably. Maybe come. Oh shit. A fucking raft. A raft. Your floating platform. Damn, this is probably it. Oh my god, it is it. Fucking hell. Oh shit. What the fuck? Yeah, how do I dodge? Oh man, I ran out. Gotta use the machete. Only one bullet. The other guy. Grenade went to waste. Oh shit, the torches, of course. Oh man. No. Okay, I think I gotta make his claws go back. Damn. And oh, there we go. Ah, shit. Come on. Switch. Burn this fucking crab. Burn him alive. Yeah. Awesome. Now you gotta play the PS2 game after this version. Rafterly makes it Zelda. Oh yeah, that's straight up Zelda right there. Original Zelda when you use a little raft. All the weapons do the same damage, their only differences are the cooldowns. Also, Jack and Carl's switch sounds are up. Haha. Taken from the console versions and bit crunched. Yeah, let's go there. Okay. Torch. What's going on? What else can I do here? The hell? Right when I figure something out, another problem. Another part where I get stuck. Move his ass? Can I move the crab away? Get out of the way, crab. What the hell? Now I feel like I really broke the game or something. And I'm stuck. And Scream is it's from the first level of the main console game. She screams like that when the giant crab in that game also appears. Oh. Hey George. What's this, Harrison Ford? No, this is King Kong. I don't know what Harrison Ford game you're talking about. Is the crab not dead? He looks dead. But now I don't know how to get him out of the way. If you picked Sork in the beginning, you could teleport right through the door. Sork? Who? Big piece of wood. What? It just makes a stick? A living rope. got soft lock out of this parts. Diablo 2. Pretty sure a grenade is what you need, or there's switches on the side of the room. It's been since 2006 since you actually played this. I don't see any switches. Can't take the raft back. Seems like a grenade would be good here. Or even being able to set the torch on fire. And maybe that'll scare the crab away. Can't push him, can't go under him. I can't jump in the water. Raft does not go back. Machete is useless. Does look like I'm hitting him right here. But nothing happens. You own the US version? Grenades destroy its claws. So if you don't have grenades, you're screwed. Because yeah, I can't even make any right now. Damn, this game is messed up. If that's what you gotta do, grenades. I did save state it, so let's try that. Let's collect a bunch of items. Make all the grenades. That's why there's endless centipedes. Yeah, that's gonna be dumb. Alright, I got 9 grenades actually right there, so... Use Game Genie to walk through walls. Nah, no need to do all that. Damn, I'm not getting sulfur. That's what I need for grenades. Oh, there we go. Shit, that took forever. Jet. Oh wait, the fire. Fuck. Right. Here we go. Oh, wait, why the fuck did the raft move? Damn, that's weird. Oh, missed him. Damn it. Damn, you really needed the grenades, so I was actually stuck. There was no way around it. It sucks. Oops, wrong guy. Okay. Now is he dead? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, that's seems like the game is broken if that's what you needed. There was no other way. Terrible design. Claw. He does fuck all damage at least. Yeah, I can't believe that was a freaking grenades. And there's my golden monkey statue. Just what we needed. Let's head back to Kong's lair. We made it, Jack. We're alive. It's been ages since we've seen the light of day. Is this just a pointless ass roll? There's hidden health upgrades all over the map. 5 for each character. I got at least one upgrade for Carl. Yeah, Carl got it. But yeah, this room, I don't know. It seems empty. Another empty ass looking room. Can't even use the torch. Did I go in that one? Can I go over there? Okay, well, that's just... it's not broken. Monkey. You can hear all the monkeys. Shit. Oh shit, no fucking what? What is wrong with him? Shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. Damn. Idiots. Oof. Alright, let's get our health back after that crazy nonsense. You can kill the mushrooms. Well, the ones that are shooting smoke. Doobie mushrooms. Oh shit, I'm a mess. Almost fell for that plant again. Oh, but I should explore here too. What's going on in here? That's it. Are you guys, what, going to church? Nah. I'm not. I don't go to church. And make sure you pay communion. What the hell? What does that mean? It'll be about $50 a week. I think you're thinking of another word, not communion. Uh-oh, don't know where to go now. Oh shit, wait. Aw. Now I can't go back. Alright, looking like I'm stuck again. Where to go? Right here. No, you mean offerings. Because communion is something else. I don't know. That's something you do as a kid. Your first communion. Funding for Arthur were made from PBS Kids viewers just like you. Thank you. Yeah, you could pay for the church if you feel like it. Or you can just not go to church at all. Which I think is what everyone should do. Because it's a scam. Did I miss an exit here? Oh shit. Oh man, I didn't even see that. Another exit. Totally missed. Yeah, they gotta make these doors stand out more. Or these holes in the wall. You thought it was communion, like communism? No. Teletubbies it is, where people redistribute wealth. Communion? Nope. Confusing all these words. The priest redistributes wealth to the poor. You would hope so, but nope. Power Rangers actors are part of a union, and the original Red Ranger was money laundering. Some people give away land rights to their local pastor before they pass. Just remember, God is always watching. Oh, am I stuck? What the hell? Oh my god, yep. I'm fucking stuck. Fuck that, rewind. Rewind all this shit. Stupid part of the game where you get stuck. What a bunch of bullshit. They forgot to play test that area, that little spot. What was the most you ever Even to the local church. Why would anybody give money to the church? You haven't been to church since 2007. Because it's boring and it sucks and it's a waste of time and it's all a scam. All those reasons are why no one should ever go to church. You're getting brainwashed. And it's boring as hell. I always hated that about church. You sit and listen to the priest tell you you're going to hell. After a million times of hearing that, kind of get sick of it. Do not like church. No sir. Let me play video games instead. You actually go to church, George? Damn, is this where I'm... Okay, good. Tells me we already explored this. Alright, yeah, let's get the hell out. Trying to find that area where I needed the monkey statue. Check the map. Okay, to the top and right. Dead end. But AI Jesus told you to pay a portion of your income to the church. Every week it's due. You used to go. You paid. You really did? You went and you actually gave money to the church? Yeah, I think you just... Well, most people just do it because their parents tell them to, but once you get old enough, you should just stop. No reason to go anymore. Oh, this is where I got the little monkey statue, which I don't know why that disappears when you grab it. Here we go. I think we're on the right track here. Back. Yeah, I think this is right. Just go up. That's normal. If you grew up like that, with parents making you go to church. But I would hope that once you grow up, you figure out that it's a waste of time. And it's not good for you. The only thing you should take away from church is try to be a good person, and that's it. Walk away. treat others with respect. That old saying, treat others as you would have them treat you. That's like the only thing you really need to learn from the church. Oh shit, yeah, you can't kill that without getting hurt. Oh shit, what was that? Listen to those sounds, Jack. There's no doubt this time Kong is inside. And let's not waste any time, we've got to find a way in. Sure, all we have to do is find the doorbell. Monkey statue. That's it. You met a lot of good friends through the church, so it's worth it. Like all the pictures you made. I didn't go to church to make pictures, what? Yeah, you can make friends anywhere else. You'd better stay low, Denim. Looks like Kong has company. You're looking at the shark? Yeah, that's the latest one. Gonna have to work on the next one for tomorrow. Hopefully have it ready. Are you kidding? This is incredible timing. I gotta get this down on film. Again. Oh shit. Another Kong fight. Whoa, did I die? Shit. Now's our chance. Cover me. I'm going after Anne. Can you see I'm busy, Jack? The audience needs to know. The Fall Guys? Yeah, that's Uni's character. Fall Guy or Fall Girl. Can you see I'm busy? What happens? Can't you help a little? Okay. Oh shit. There she is, and it's me. I'm here to save you. Oh Jack, I thought you'd left me here. Yeah, that's her right next to the shark. Something cool? Okay. What's the cool thing? Just follow me, we'll find a way out. I'm coming, it's just Kong is in danger. Forget about Kong, we don't have time. Come with me, Anne, I'll take you home. Alright, finally got Anne on the team. After so much time. I think the game is probably close to being finished. Let's see, Anne. Oh, okay, cool, Anne. I forgot she's the one that could heal everybody. Alright, we're out. Finally. Jack, thank you. Oh, hey, Glitzy. Yay, your kitty. Meow. I guess now's a good time to show some shoutouts.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. I like what you got. Good job.
Show me what you got. Meow like you mean it. Meow like you mean it. No, I can't do that. How can I do that?
No, don't fall, you motherfucker.
That's kind of tough to do. Visual madness.
Wings, what happened? We're with a random.
Jenny B Pizza.
Should we leave? I guess we could leave party and...
Don't shout you out? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, he is changing to Bill. He sees what we're doing. And his Bill has a toolbox. He's got the whole thing going. There we go. Yeah.
You don't mind the shout out, do you?
Just leave.
How's it going? Pretty good. Oh, Jenny doesn't have clips? Oh wait, she does.
He peeled my banana back!
What the fuck did I just say? I didn't like it, whatever it was. Ow, ow. Sir.
Banana butt.
In the way opens.
What?
So basically, it's not down here, is
No,
what they're
you
telling
get,
me.
you got the
It's
shout out.
up there?
Just
Is that what
getting
he's
through
saying?
some of the first people that,
He said in
that were
town,
here.
right?
Oh, Paper Mario, yeah.
Right, Nikki?
Did you beat that game? God damn. It's a perverted game. Lotus Chaos. And who am I missing? George, you don't stream, right?
Come down here a little bit. Come down here a little bit. Molotov! 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 Yes! Eat my dick, you son of a bitch!
There we go. That's what I like to see.
Did I cheat a little bit? Fuck yeah. Would I do it again? Fuck yeah. Fucking yeah. I'll fucking do it again. You can eat my dick. Victory lap. We're doing a victory lap. Victory lap.
Lotus?
Victory lap. Victory lap.
Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah, McDonald's. Thank you. No problem, Lotus. Your clips are cursed.
I want to preserve this.
Oh no, that was a good clip. That wasn't cursed.
Fucking open this. There we go.
What is it like, Molotov?
Dude, this chip is like.
Mechas with a super old clip.
Whoa. Look at that.
Oh, you hate that game? You hate Bloodborne?
There you go.
Sounded like you were having fun.
Alright, tell me when you're ready. I want to eat this.
Following now, yeah. I would follow if I wasn't already. Oh shit, Yosh? What's up, Yosh? And now Yosh is here, so shout out to Yosh. was epic, purely epic. Oh, you're sick still? Damn, that's too bad. Sorry to hear that.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Get better soon, Glitzy. Glitzy Witchy. Yeah, I think that was everybody. Might be missing somebody, I don't know. You're a kitty who's crawling back under your covers? Oh, okay. Yosho screaming at bongos? Jack, thank you for what? Not leaving, for coming to get me. I don't know riders were so brave. Neither did I, but I wasn't leaving without you. Let's hope the way back through the village is still clear. We should hurry. Wait, I found something in Kong's lair. Could be useful. A rock. A useful rock. The natives must have barred the gates. There isn't any other way back to the boat. We have to get through. It's no use, Jack. These doors were built against Kong. If only I had some time. I'd teach that big ape a couple of tricks. I hate it when you talk like that, Mr. Denim. Forget about him, man. We're not going anywhere. Near that gorilla again, I promise. Face the facts, Jack. There isn't any other way to break down these doors. Then we're going to find some other way off this island. Okay. Wait, what? We're on this side now? What the hell? Damn, okay, so, yep. Go back. Oh, fuck. Gotta go up. Have I gone there? Another temple, I think. Right. Whoa, what the? Yeah, I don't think I went here. Oh shit. Gotta make some more grenades. Oh, what the hell is that? Picked up a mystical gem that boosts Jack's. Oh shit, okay. Now Jack has the same health. Oh no, damn. Carl still has more. Oh shit, but that was all this was, okay. Still gotta find the next area. Damn, I think I was here then. Yeah, it definitely took a raft. Oh wait, what the hell's that? X, search for the blocked road. Oh, okay. To the abandoned village. Alright, cool. I didn't know they actually had an X marking the spot. Do I need to make the raft? Yeah, I think I do. This and light. You don't really need to make multiple. Oh shit. Damn. Oh, damn it. No. Ugh. Freaking rocks. Alright. Oh shit, is this it? Some black. Oh, yeah. that's her. That's what we're collecting those plants for. Okay. Now, do I want to go up here? Nah, I guess not. This is the wrong way. Thanks for the resub.
Me Brancro 1215 just subscribed for 2 months.
Right? That should be the end of the game. We saved Anne. Roll credits. But yeah, thanks Umbren for that resub. Yeah. Fuck those ads. Those ads can go to hell. Okay, I think should try to go more to the right. Hopefully get to that area. And not just go in a circle. Oh crap, what is this? Oh, can I hit this switch? Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, and there's a cave. Oh my god. Shit. Grenade knocked us all in here. There's gotta be more to this. Can't just be a lame ass cave with nothing inside. You really thought it was going to be over? Oh. Are you escaping the island? Yeah, we're trying to escape, and well, if it follows the movie, we gotta capture Kong and bring him to New York. All the ads are on. Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie. Godzilla, you deleted Snapchat? Was making you want a goon? That's the PAL name. This ROM is Europe. What's the American name? Oops, no. Anywhere I can go. There's so damn. This room sucks. This cave sucks. There's nothing to do in here. What a piece of crap. Made me waste a grenade for nothing. Alright, getting close. Europe. No, it wasn't European exclusive. Just the name change. What? This was called Kong, the Eighth Wonder of the World? That's weird. So it wasn't even King Kong, the movie game? It's to separate it from the actual game. Damn. Oh shit, there's a plane? I don't know whose plane that is. Well, that's interesting. The fact that they actually drew a plane. Just for the hell of it. Oh, I can't even go over there. Oh no, she went nuts. She got hit with the poison. Oh, she heals everybody at the same time. Damn. Not on GBA, no. When talking about the console version, you gotta say the full name. Peter Jackson's. The Xbox 360 version actually looks worse than the original release. Original release? I thought it was on Xbox 360 first, wasn't it? Okay, no. Not that way. Oh, damn. The bots showed up right now. cheap viewers. Why is that even? It should have just been blocked right away. Good night and bad. The way she sounds when she moans makes you think she likes it. No, but it is backwards compatible with Xbox One. Do yourselves a favor and play the PS2, PC also. The PC, PC version probably would look better, but the PS2 version looks better than the 360. Damn, that's messed up. Oh shit, what? No, this is where I came from, right? And then... Damn. What the hell? Escape from Skull Island, search for the Black Grove. Can I hit the switch? Yeah, doesn't look like. It's a big old dead end. Should be able to squeeze in there, damn. Oh shit, wait, you could break those, right? Oh man. Ah. Where the fuck are these crabs coming from? Oof, goddamn. Wasted all those. Yeah, so this is a long way to go. Then you could go this way, that way. Holy crap. Yeah, screw that. Try to just get to the right place. Damn. Another temple. Oh, hey, video. Welcome in. Oh, that's a switch. Okay. Another one. Wait, what the fuck? I don't even remember picking up that whatever that is. Damn. Crap. And I'm stuck again here. No way they want me to do something else, right? Go another path? Running out of ways to go. Damn it. Oh, hey, Savage. Kekbot. What does Kekbot have in his clips? Oh, Kekbot doesn't even show up in the list of names. Never streamed Kekbot. Alright, shout out to Savage. Oh. Always do that. Always put S first. The Savage quests. Alright, F-Zero.
I still won fucking second.
The last good F-Zero game. F-Zero X. I don't know why they didn't call that F-Zero 64. Seems like everything was 64 back then. F-Zero said, nope, we're gonna go with X. Because we're special. Shit, they do want me to go a different direction. Fuck. Oh wait, over there? Damn, I don't know. This sucks. Morning bathroom break? Alright. You haven't played the new one, but it looks like shit. You don't mean F-Zero GX, do you? That was the newest one. Unless you count the F-Zero 99 or whatever. F-Zero and N64 N64 is called F-Zero X. Oh, you did like that one? I didn't like that one after a certain point. Yeah, F-Zero GX on GameCube, it's fun, but then it gets to a point where it's stupid. It just sucks. It fucking makes no sense how fast you go, and you fly off the track like nothing. It's really easy to die. So I ended up not liking that. I couldn't play it after like so many races, so many difficulties. It gets too crazy. But F-Zero X I felt like had a better balance. There's a new one on Switch. Also, you do mean that's a free game, right? F-Zero 99. That's the one. That one's kind of fun. I did like playing that one. Play online against 98 other people, I guess. Guess they want me to go over here, I don't know. Not too sure. Sucks. No idea where to go. Damn, I'm up here now. Shit. X is your favorite. Your fave. Should make one for PC. F-Zero PC. Oh yeah, if they made that on PC, just like F-Zero X, that would be nice. So there's no slowdown or anything. Cause yeah, sometimes that would slow down on the N64. And I remember there was a blocked road, like they're saying right there. I don't remember how to even get over there. Oh shit. Damn it. Whoops, do not. No. Whoa. Yeah, buddy, and to be able to make your own car skins. Oh yeah. That's something you don't really get to do much with your car. The custom options, custom options, or just like changing the color a little. Here's the bridge. Okay, nothing here. But you know how Nintendo's greedy. I mean, yeah, that's how business is done, how most corporations are. Gotta be greedy. Oh shit, get out of here, dinosaur. Damn you. Man, so what the hell? Really is no other way. Yeah, Nintendo's weird though, cause I think they can make money pretty easily by doing a lot of re-releases or whatever. But they don't. They just wait and wait and wait forever. Like where's that Mother, what is it? Or Earthbound 3? Yeah, Earthbound 3, we never got that. Everybody's been asking for Nintendo to translate that game, make an official release. But nope. You got only way to play that in English is getting the fan-made one. So that's crazy that they refuse to release that in the US. But if they extended their collections to PC, they could have their own site to play games on. Don't get you started on Mother 3. Yeah, it's a problem with Nintendo shit. Nobody knows why they do some of the stupid shit they do. Unexplainable. Oh, and they never released a mini N64. Everyone expected them to come out with the mini N64 right after the mini Super Nintendo, and it never came out. We should have had a mini GameCube by now. Oh shit, is this the area? Oh damn, still far away. Fuck. There's reasons they can't legally without changing enough. Changes the game. So you get why. Oh shit. Yeah, thanks for shouting out Cheeseburger, Umbrin. Yeah, I was thinking, did I do a shout out for Cheeseburger? And tons of stuff that could be considered racist in the US. Oh, there's a Beatles sample? Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. A Beatles sample in the game? Shit. That's weird. The main thing I heard was that in the game, at some point, they show a little bit of nudity. Pixelated nudity or something. Like one of the girls shows her breasts, which I guess is okay in Japan, but not the US. Alright, this looks different. Oh shit, damn it. Wasting all the grenades. We have materials for... yeah. 2. Yeah, that was part of the reason they didn't want to release it too, right? Some nudity, which I figured they could cover that up if they felt like it. Simple little changes. They could take out that beetle sample too, just replace it with something else. The racist stuff too, they could change that. I don't know what the hell the racist stuff would be in there. I do know that, yeah, Nintendo has a history of having crazy racist things. Like all the Punch-Out characters are stereotypical characters. Yeah, I don't know. Those seem to be okay. Nobody's crying about that. Leave it to the USA to get hard over an 8-bit nipple. Yeah, a tiny pixelated nipple. Alright, I hope this is going in the right direction. Because I'm running out of options here. He loves the them square titties. Yeah, people would go crazy over Lara Croft and shit. Over her polygon boobs. Like, oh man, she's hot. Look at those triangular boobs. Oh man, don't stop killing yourself over here. And heal everybody. Oh shit. Gotta be next to them. Damn. Did not know that. This country gets butthurt over the dumbest shit. Yeah, pretty uptight over stupid shit like that. Meanwhile, other countries laugh at us for all that dumb shit. Oh, damn. How do you get over there? What? Another dead end. No way to cross over there. Oh, maybe here. Yeah, okay. Oh. It's like in school they have art books that show it all. But if it's in a video game, then all hell breaks loose. Yeah. I mean, they could still put ratings on the game so that if they feel like it's not for kids, then go ahead, and that's what the ratings are for. Put a T for teens or MA for mature audiences. But nope. They decide to just ban the whole thing or never release it. Damn, this is still not the X that marks the spot. Nope. Damn dinosaur attacking her. One thing that the US does not care about in censorship is violence. You can kill all the dinosaurs you want. Who cares? They're not real. But yeah, anything sexual, oh shit, can't have that. Okay, there's more health. And give it to Jack. Alright, that's all I get here. Cool. Next area. The USA can make fun of whatever they please, but if another country does, then bam, they're banned. What? What the hell? Come on. This place is just another dead end. Don't tell me this game is turning into another Adam's Family Values. You sons of bitches. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh no. It's crazy, what the fuck? Yep, nothing here. It's lame as hell. Wait, she actually needs it, what the hell? Damn, so now what? I'll just take the damage. Oh, get out of there. Oh, shit, you gotta press B. Shit. Yeah. USA is greedy. Attacks our own people. Oh shit. No, 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 no. Damn. Was I over there? Okay, I was here at some point, right? Should be an exit to the left. But how do you get there? just to go back. What in the hell? This is where the game just goes to hell. Fucking no clues about where to go, nothing. Just randomly walk everywhere. That sucks. Most of the game was going nicely, pretty easy to follow, and then this shit happens. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the walkthrough again. But this confusing ass part of the game suddenly comes out. You live in Maine? They tax for everything there? Isn't that everywhere? I think there's probably like one state where they let you get away with some things without paying taxes or something. Let's see, King Kong, GBA playthrough, 6 videos. Rescuing Anne, okay, part 4, episode 4. Let's go to the shark grave in the meantime. New Hampshire is the state? Okay. With no taxes on like anything? Sounds insane. But that is a rich ass place to live. From what I heard. That's where all the rich people live.
Take a look at this, sir.
Oh shit.
Hmm?
Alright, gonna try to see where this guy is headed in the video. Looks like he did a lot of the same things.
I just remembered something that we gotta get rid of.
There's Boston, Mass, and Rockport, Maine, and Rockland, Maine. Oh, all rich areas. I didn't realize Boston is rich. Well, maybe just parts of Boston, something. Cause yeah, there's definitely the poor side of Boston, right? There's always a poor side. Oh, get the fuck out of here! I just found it by accident where I'm supposed to go. A. Do you hear that? Sounds like a person. Over there, be careful, Anne. It's one of the natives. Yeah. Damn, I just stumbled into this shit. Over there, be careful. Okay, he's injured. Are you alright? Can you speak? Mata Makang. We've got to help him. Are you nuts? If we help him, he'll just go calling his friends and we'll all be done for. Oh, I could just start the ad, right? Okay. There you go. I thought the ads already started. And I missed something. Your wife and you are from Rockland, Maine, but Rich pushed the lower class out. So you are now in Augusta, Maine. Yeah, that's what always happens, man. Rich people make everybody else move out. They raise the cost of living, and then everybody has to get out. It fucking sucks. It's sucking futs, and it fucking sucks. Calling his friends, and we'll all be done for. What do you expect me to do? I'm not going to leave him here. Hold on, maybe if we help him out, he can be convinced to help us. Isn't that right, Denim? Hey, that's not a bad idea, Jack. You always were one for the diplomatic solution. It's settled then. First I've got to find a healing plant and Liana to help him. I already got that, don't I? Healing plants and Liana. And we made something. Bandage. Oh, soothing compress. made from healing plants. That's better, isn't it? Can Gorat. Oh shit, what? You picked up a medallion that will boost Anne's life bar. That's Kong. He keeps saying Kong, Kong. He's trying to tell us something about him. But I can't make anything else out. Wait, I've got it. He wants us to follow him. Let's go. This place is giving me the creeps anyways. The road ahead is completely blocked by fallen trees. We aren't going to be able to make it back to his village this way. Unless Kong. He's trying to tell us something about that log. Wonder what's so special about it. Oh, what? He just leaves us alone. Right. Follow him. Shit, follow him where? Now Rockland is suffering because all the rich move for the winter. Oh, that's messed up. For the winter, and the place becomes a ghost town until spring. And it's making the town suffer because no one's there to buy things, and places are having to close doors. Yeah, how fucking dumb is that? Rich people, they leave when it's cold, and then they're destroying the place where they live. So stupid. But they don't care. They can afford to live there no matter how much the cost of everything goes up. Or they can just move out anytime they want to if the place really goes to hell. They really don't care. Nothing really affects rich people. They fucking control the world, do whatever they want. Damn, now where should I go? Don't want to get lost again. I should just straight up follow the walkthrough so I don't get stuck anymore. Alright.
What do you expect me to do? I'm not gonna find feeling it. Kong.
Wait. What the fuck is going on?
Let's see here. I don't know what you're thinking, Ed. Kong must have heard you. Hope we don't hide behind that tree. Kong will find us. Hurry.
This shit makes no fucking sense. This is some bullshit. How the fuck would you know how to do this? This is what that guy leaves. It sounded like he wanted you to follow him. But nope. You have to go to this fucking random ass tree stump. Use Anne to fucking throw a leaf in there. Why? I don't fucking know. And then scream into the tree. What in the hell is that? How would you know to do any of this? That's so goddamn stupid. The game fucked up right here. I don't know what you were thinking, Anne. Pong must have heard you. We don't hide behind that tree. Pong will find us. Hurry. Just use your game, Genie. The city is starting to worry. They wanted it to be a rich, old people's town. But it backfired on them. They pushed
What the fuck
out the
is this
young
piece of shit?
and poor. Now they have no one to work the jobs. Yeah. No one to work the jobs that they're never gonna work. They don't want to work those regular people jobs. Yeah, they pushed out all the workers. Bunch of idiots. Hide behind that tree. What tree? Right here. Oh, okay. Another Kong fight. Oh. Oh, that's the log. Oh shit, he got the girl again. What the hell? Make sure you donate money to the nearest church. Never. That's never gonna happen. Anne's been kidnapped again. We have to go find her. She needs our help. No doubt about it. He's brought her back to his lair. And that's where we're headed. Don't do it, Savage. Don't listen to George. No one needs to give away their money to a church. What's the church gonna do for you? Tell you you're going to hell? Is that what you want? Alright, hopefully I don't get stuck again in this game. With crazy puzzles like screaming into a tree. For no reason. has to be the worst part of this game. Everything else was kind of easy to figure out, but then that, what the hell was that? Well, Jack. Oh, that must be maxed out then. Couldn't get any more. Damn. Just leave him. Leave that poor native. To just lie down there in pain, suffering. Suffer, dude. It looks like you could light it up. Oh, wow. Yeah, what the hell? Back to the walkthrough. This whole thing looks like a dead end.
Look at that conference before us. Now, here we are, the abandoned village. So you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up this episode right about here now. So, this will probably be a two-parter, so... Anyway, thank you very much for watching, I hope you enjoyed.
Next video.
Subscribe.
When you go rogue, the top 20 playlist doesn't delicious. Great taste. No compromises. Go, bro.
What comes to mind immediately with Enclave is really this effortless beauty.
There's a multitude of different things to help create this first-class experience. So through quiet tunes, continuous damping control. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to a brand new, long-awaited episode here from Carpet Gear. I'm Carpet, and you know what? Let's get right into it. So today we are going to be completing on our way to completing the More Control King Kong game for the Game Boy Advance. It's been a while. So anyway, let's get right into it. As you can see, I'm just getting some final things, and for those of you who can't remember where we are here. We need to escape from Skull Island, but first we need to find the missing disc. So, last temple. So basically, we've got to search through some houses, and we should find a tomb.
Oh, don't tell me Oh, that was not for health. That was this disc-shaped ancient wood key. Okay. Damn. Couldn't tell what the hell that was.
So anyway, reasons why it's been a while. Well, I had taken a quick hiatus away from doing this series, YouTube in general, because of issues that popped up. Anyway, I'm back, and we're gonna finish completing this. So anyway, let's continue on. So obviously there's nothing in there, so we gotta find a house somewhere around here. So anyway, it's just a bunch of searching right now. So look, here it is.
Yeah, that was it.
So anyway, another part of the reason why.
And then you go where?
Because what happened was when I originally went to record the end of the series, let's put it this way.
I forgot how I got here.
Recording it, I was actually finished
Cross this.
recording of it when a wonderful thing happened, and that was OBS did not record whatsoever anything I had put down. So I had to start back at the beginning of the game, replay through it.
Oh shit. Well, that's the health.
And here we are. Now we
Okay.
So anyway, now we continue on our way back to it will continue our way back to the final temple, and you know what? Using the powers of editing, I will take you there in 3, 2, 1. And we're back, everybody, and welcome back to the final temple area. What we need to do is pick up this quick there, open up the final entranceway to the final temple, and while we're at it, let's make some grenade supplies if you want. Just some these. A couple more.
Oh man, is this it? Jesus. It's freaking far. Okay, yeah, I think this is it. Going back all the way.
I think I've stated this before several times on how much I hate the bat. If not, then you know I hate the bat.
there.
So we have a door here, lock. Anyway, we have a door that's locked, so we have to go here, find the key, and link it. And the main problem that we're gonna have is that with
Oh shit, is this it? Fuck, no it's not. Damn it. Okay, no, that's where I came from. Wait. Am I supposed to go back? Yeah, what the fuck?
The red. Anyway, here we are.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Through some houses, and we should find it soon. Find the missing dick. I'm getting some final things, and for those of you who can't remember where we are in the. We need to escape from Skull Island, but first we need to find the missing disc for the other temple, and so we can get to the last temple. I'll do this myself. Surprisingly enough. Or the end is not.
Somehow he already has He already has Anne with him in this video. What the hell? Okay. Supposed to go all the way back for her. Oh shit, where's... Goddamn. Ugh, stupid. What the... Oh, what? The other guy died? Jack? What the hell? Damn, where the hell? Shit. Shit, is this right? This was nothing. Yeah, already got that. So, nope. No reason to go here. Yeah. Dead end here. Son of a bitch. Oh, what the fuck? What the hell? What was that? Damn. Another monkey statue. What? Holy crap. Hey, Macus. Is that a Santa dog? Peanut ho ho giggle. Oh, the peanut emotes. Just made them like Christmas style. Should I do that? I was thinking of doing something like that. I'm gonna give everybody a Santa hat. All the drawings get a little Santa hat. You see him trying to follow where this guy is. Shit, okay, I think it's to the left of this. But kinda doesn't make sense. Shit, yeah, how come? In the walkthrough, the guy has all three people. Fuck. Something went wrong, man. Somehow I lost the girl and to King Kong. The fuck? But that doesn't happen to the whoever's playing in the walkthrough. What the hell? That shit's fucked up. Oh, you could blow this up, I think. Yeah, there you go. So they don't show Anne getting kidnapped. It's weird. Oh, cheeseburger. Okay. Yeah, I have to see how the hell did they avoid?
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
So weird. Holy shit. That was fast. Damn, okay, so I'm kind of close now, suddenly. I'm right there. Damn, okay. Fuck, somehow I stumbled on the, I think, the right path. Whoops, nope. Shoot this fucking dinosaur. Hmm. Huh. Huh. She should be here. Oh. Where exactly? Don't know. Oh shit, she's right there. What the fuck? Holy shit. What? That was it? Weird. Something happened where she just gets kidnapped by Kong. I don't know why. But it didn't happen to the people playing the walkthrough. Oh shit, she should heal everybody. Damn, what a bunch of bullshit. In this fucking game. Now, all the way back. So, man. Let's see if I can make it. Without looking at anything, just. Try to get back where I was. Oh, now it says unlock the passage to the Lost Temple. Shit, wrong area, I think. Yeah, that was just to get that medallion or whatever. And I want to get to the left. Somewhere on the left.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my Grimly gun on me right now!
Oh, right here, I think. Somewhere you get off. Oh, here it is. Isn't it? Shit. Nah, fuck that. That's not it. I swear to God, if I had my Gimli gun. Complicated ass way to go. What the fuck? It's not it. Nope. Not that way either. Oh man, come on, let me just get the fuck out of here. Oh, look. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. It's easy to get there. Fuck. Then it becomes a fucking pain in the ass. Alright, I'm in the same spot. Sort of. Fuck, get away from there, idiots. I think this is right. Oh shit. Okay, switch. Just keep going down. Okay, yeah, that should be it. On to the last temple. Go down. Alright, damn. Holy shit, what a fucking bitch it was to do all this crap. Finally. Oh, Umbrin back again, had some breakfast and did the dishes. Sounds good. It's 11:40. See, been on for 7 hours. Yeah, I think I'll have some. Whoa, what the hell? Some more health? Oh shit. Okay, found that by accident. I'll take a break in a little bit. But man, I want to beat this game. I'll see how far I get in the next half hour. Whoa, shit. What'd you have for breakfast, Umbrin? Oh damn, well, gotta sneak past this. What is that weird ass emote? Wider smile. Is that like a guy dressed like Pikachu? Oh, here come the ads. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, let me take a break actually right now. Pause that. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, entering here. New temple. The last temple. Want to get a picture of this place. Of course, as always. Jack Black. Jack Black has to do that like 10 times every temple. Can't believe this whole game is like 3 temples. And it's still taking me like 10 hours to beat this. Oh god. Get out of here. Damn dinosaur. Damn it. Oof, ran out of bullets. Oh, damn it. Okay. Hey, Uni, morning. Good morning to you. What is this item? The hell? How are you doing? 7 hours? Yeah. 7 hours right now, yep. Pretty normal. Pretty normal stream. Just woke up earlier today. Damn, how do you... I know you can't throw a spear up there. Or can you? Nope, cannot. Good Sunday reset. Oh, your house is a mess. What's so messy about it?
Does that count as grieving?
I don't know. I've been pushing people all the time. Okay.
Got him. Portable effects. 'Cause I do it all the time.
Come here, wiener.
I had that long boy.
Oh, it's chili dog time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let
Get
him
that
know.
going off.
Dude, I almost got
The wiener clips.
I think he died.
Me too.
Clara,
That
you want
wiener
a hug?
got roast.
The famous wiener clip. Scammers attempting to scam you, Umbra? Poor wiener got body blocked. And he fell in the gap. That's what he deserves. It's Macca's. He's scamming you. It's a scam, not a date. Oh, this is locked. Oh, classic. Your Amazon account was logged into India. Yeah, I'll get emails telling me something like that I won a prize or something. $100 gift card to Amazon. Something weird like that. Oh, I thought that was a button or something. This one was pretty obvious. They typed a bunch of gibberish. Oh, this was hilarious. Yeah, you could tell right away when they misspell a lot of words and randomly capitalize words. Or like the middle of different words just... It's like they want you to know it's fake or something. It's so weird. It looks terrible, like those fake emails. So right away I just throw those in the trash. Or if they say they're from Nigeria or some bullshit like that. The Prince of Nigeria is calling. You know what to do. Tell them to get the hell out of here with that bullshit. Scammers. One day you got one they misspelled, sent a typo, sent you more info, and they fixed the typo. Nice try. Nice try, Diddy. Diddy from Nigeria. Good one. But not today. Oh shit. Okay, everything looks black. Hey, PP. Oh shit, I'm getting killed. Goddamn. And fix this. Yeah, welcome in PP Power Party. You get a shout out even though you don't stream. It's alright. Everyone we know gets a shout out. Whether they want one or not. Oh, damn. Oh no, the freaking wind. Bullets. You hella like the claymation? Oh yeah, that Clay Mega Man. Yeah. That's one of the redeems, so I think it was Godzilla. He redeemed that. Clay Mega Man. Yeah, I want to make, I was saying earlier today, I want to make the heart animated too. I think that heart is begging to be animated. It's gonna give you a little wink. What is that? A sleeping dog? Good night. King Brent, good night. A dog sleeping. You wonder about Macus? Yeah, I got a few animated emotes. I wouldn't mind replacing it with the heart winking. That's a good game. Oh, sleeping dogs. Okay, yeah, forgot about that. Oh, forgot all about that game. It's came out a long time ago now, right? How many did they make? Was it just part 1 and 2 and that was it? I only played a little bit. I played the demo. I think that's all I played for the first one. Oh, here it goes. Another switch. Alright, a key. Nice. Now the now the game is making sense again. Hopefully the puzzles don't revert back to being nonsensical, impossible to solve crap. Oh, damn it. Take the key back to one of these locked doors. And there we go. Cat slapping another cat. Aussie back, Aussie back. That poor cat getting smacked. More than a decade? Oh shit, yeah. 12 years. Damn. You missed the nonsense puzzles? It was mostly just this one. You had to use the girl, and she puts a leaf, one of these leaves that she has, inside a tree trunk. And then after that, which I don't know why you even did that in the first place. After you do that, she screams into the tree trunk, and then Kong arrives because you made a loud noise. I don't know how anybody would figure that out. Random tree trunk, put a fucking leaf in it, and scream into it. None of it made any sense. I had to look that up in the walkthrough, and I was like, what? There's no clue. Nobody tells you to do any of this. It's just a bunch of random shit. Yeah, so that made me not like the game as much. If I had to give this game a score, that stupid puzzle would knock it down a point. So this game went from being an 8 to a 7 out of 10. One stupid puzzle ruined what was turning out to be a pretty cool game. I want to get a picture again. Okay. Yeah, what the hell? You wonder about yourself, Macus? This game is based off the movie? Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is, but seems like a lot of it's just making up stuff that wasn't really in the movie. Like all this treasure hunting, going to all these different temples and shit like that. But yeah, if you look at the characters, that's Adrian Brody, look-alike. That's supposed to be Jack Black. And that's what the hell was there? Forgot what her name was.
Get to work.
Oh shit, where's Floor Tap? Floor Tap missed out on the one and only Dunstan clip that's shown up in a long ass time. He always says he wants to see Dunstan clips, damn it. Or Dunstan. game does look badass though. Yeah, I liked so much of it. Like, it was actually well made. Well, everything's pretty much well made. The graphics and most of the game is like, it makes sense up until that one dumb part. That's what just kind of kills the whole mood of the game. There was no other way. I think I would have got past that without looking it up. Alright. There's other parts where I felt like I was stuck, but eventually I got through it. Cause yeah, I would be like, oh, that's what I had to do. Like, it took a while to figure out whatever puzzle they threw in front of me. Oh, gotta head to Noah's in a minute. Oh, is he starting? Oh, I guess alright, it's 12. And he does stream Sundays. I forget what days, but yeah, Sundays, I guess. Okay, what the hell? Was that like a hidden area? I think it was. I think this is just a secret area. Okay, which means the real place to go is this door, I guess. But how do you open that? Oh, should I see it? See, this is another one that almost got me, but I figured it out. Here we go. Fire. And there we have it. It almost got me again. Almost had to look up the walkthrough once more. Oh yeah, you told me, you told Otter to remove. Oh, you did remove you as a mod? Getting too stressful, really? I don't know. I don't find it stressful. Like, if I can't do it, I'll leave Noah alert and that's all, you know? No big deal. Oh, another statue pushing puzzle. So you gotta switch to this guy. Uses grab power. And let's see, move that. Okay, can't do anything there. Oh, down, of course, yeah. Then move this guy, move that. We gotta use the torch somewhere. Damn, I don't know. Why is there so many spikes here? reason. You know, there's a lot of stories in Mexico where people hide gold in trees, tree trunks, in real life, when the Spanish came. Who was hiding the gold? The Spaniards? They're known for having a lot of gold. Nah, why would they bring it? They came to steal it, right? Mexico had the city of gold, El Dorado. Not good with dealing with people, you don't think? With, yeah, being a mod? I guess, I don't know. Never seemed like a big deal. Oh shit, somebody has to stay here, okay. And now I could cross, or wait, how the hell? This side? Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. And there's the torch. So actually I need that guy. Damn. Okay. That didn't seem to do anything. Don't leave us alone. Oh, what? Oh, okay, the fire made the bridge stay. Alright, weird. You hate being a ball? You hate being a ball too? It's a lot of responsibilities. Last time you had to hunt down a troll and shoot his kneecaps out. After that you had to put your 2 weeks and give them back your gun and mod badge. You hate being a ball? What? I don't... Is that another word for mod? The Aztecs are native, yeah. I just thought about that, like, the Spanish came over to steal all the gold, right? They weren't bringing it. Most of the time being a mod is chill, but you've had some moments that were upsetting. Yeah, I think when trouble actually does show up, I hate that. There's like some asshole that jumps into chat, starts talking a lot of shit. I hate that. Yeah, that's what happened with you, you think? You also had a moment where you had to time out a person for being really weird. Yeah, you never know when that's gonna happen. Person just says crazy shit. And you don't know what to do, like, is this ban worthy? Should I ban this asshole? Joking about the mod joke was never... Oh, you were never a mod. You wanted to stop the rude person, but the streamer kept saying no, it's fine. But it wasn't, so we nicely told the person to shut up. They don't come by that stream much anymore. You don't like bullying the streamer. Oh yeah, you did mean to say mod, not ball. People that just keep saying that the streamer sucks, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. Like, if I was the mod, I would be like, nah, come on, we gotta shut this whole fucking thing down. Fuck that person treating you like shit. Let's kick him out. Yeah, that's kind of a tough call if the streamer doesn't want to ban somebody. But I say,
Do what you want. Pull the plug.
if it's okay with the streamer, then I guess you gotta go with what they say. Meanwhile, I have a mod that bans people over nothing, and I'm like, oh shit, what the hell was that? What was that for? Don't do that shit ever again. Banning people for spamming, supposedly spamming emotes, like that fucking is a big deal. I don't give a shit if you spam emotes like crazy. That's what they're there for. Oh, don't get shot, and oh, damn it. I said don't get shot. New band. Yeah, it's weird. Oh shit, I missed all this. Macas, yeah. You don't like being mean to people. Sometimes you gotta get a little mean if someone's being mean to the streamer. You'll goof with the streamer being bad. This person wasn't goofing and the streamer let him chat. Damn, for months? Damn, yeah, that's a little extreme. Months of just shit talking. Yeah, I don't know who could tolerate that. Sounds like they're being rude. It's weird that person being a bully is so nice. Oh, in other streams? Yeah, what the hell? He banned someone instantly once. Streamer wasn't sure about it, but they were going to push for a... Oh, okay, yeah, that's fucked up. Somebody coming into your stream and asking for commissions for themselves. That's fucking weird. The streamer is a good friend, so you can tell if he's upset. Okay. Yeah, wonder who that could be, Macus. Who was that? That mod. That mysterious mod. Some wild ass emotes. Like jizz or something. Yeah, that doesn't even fucking bother me. I don't care. Hey, fucking Twitch lets you have jizz emotes. That's their problem. Don't come crying to me if you don't like jizz emotes. Tell Twitch about it. Yeah. A lot of people care about spamming. Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, why would you give a shit? Spamming emotes, big deal. But you hella chill. Yeah, I try to be. Try to let everything slide. Like everything that's just kind of like like that small bullshit like emotes, who cares? What the fuck is this shit? Streamer sucks. He's welcome in, Tap. Yeah, what is that? Aliens emotes? Yeah, that one's kind of hard to see what the hell's going on. Spinning alien. Oh shit, you banned Mickey. Reban. Yeah, McCur's gonna ban me from my own stream. He took McCur cookie, he's gonna ban you. He timed someone out for going on about their Sonic foot fetish. The fuck is that? Sonic the Hedgehog, his feet. A bit much, yeah, I don't know. I didn't know Sonic showed off his feet. He's always wearing shoes. Don't cry over spilled jizz. Yeah. Don't you dare. Oh, alien boss from Metal Slug 3. Yeah, I still gotta play those. Only played the first one, I think. Probably didn't even beat that all the way through. We're all like, okay, dude, let's talk about something else. Oh, and he wouldn't. Floor tap banned feet. Metal Slug is super hard. Never was even close to beating it. Oh yeah, if you were playing it in the arcade, shit, you're bound to run out of quarters. That was a quarter muncher. Uh-oh, Uni banning somebody? Uni, are you a mod? Let's make you a mod. Ah shit, I thought you could just press a little button here. How do you do this bullshit? It's too much trouble right now. I'll do it later. Uni, you're gonna be a mod. Especially Tails' feet. He was all about. Apparently there's a comic where you see their feet. Oh. So that sparked the whole fetish. One little comic panel of Tails' feet. You got your Banyitas ready? Oh, is that the hammers that pop out in Fall Guys? It looks like something out of Fall Guys. Those spinning hammers. Yeah, at the point you gotta be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Milk truck. That's another emote that deserves to be banned. The milk truck. That's when they went over his house and jumped him. What? They jumped the streamer? What the hell? Mickey D, are you okay? Are you okay? Uni's ban hammer. Right now, there's no target, Uni. Everyone's alright. You can just type mod. Oh yeah? Okay. Mod and then username. Cool. Thanks, Tap. See if that works. Uni is a mod. Awesome. Thank God it's that easy. I'll have to remember that. Timeout McCur Uni. Oh shit. You could do that too. You don't have to pressure Uni to do it. You could do it yourself, Macus. Just if he does something though, don't just time him out for nothing. What comic and a fetish was awoken with intensity? I guess so. Takes all sorts of weirdos. Says ban on it. Oh yeah, the ban hammer. Maker stole your ETGBA copy. Damn, that deserves a ban. Or a timeout at least. Best emotes, okay, Twitch. Can you time out the streamer? Needs to sleep? Not me. I woke up. I slept already. I woke up. It's time to be awake. Y'all be good, been given the power. Tester? Uh-oh. Don't do anything crazy. Don't push Uni to the edge. She's just trying to keep her head. Or however that song goes. Oh shit. This map. Let's see, where are we? That's no help. Can you give strangers from KFC rides home? Or will you get in trouble? Trouble? Is not the right word. You'll be in danger. That's the word. You'll be in a dangerous situation. Giving strangers rides from KFC. Yeah, Macus, why don't you have survival instincts? Why is your instinct to follow the danger? Alright, can I use the spear? Nope. Nope. Alright, something else going on here.
You gotta pay the troll toll if you want to get into that boy's hole. You gotta pay the troll toll to get in. You want the baby boy's hole. You gotta pay the troll toll. You gotta pay the troll toll to get in.
Oh shit, if only Danny DeVito was there to say that. Run to the danger, not away. Macus is like Darkwing Duck. Let's get dangerous or whatever. Macus chooses dangerous situation.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Let's talk about it. Sounds good to me. I'll eat buttered sausage. Delicious. Oh, What's that? I missed that. Mecca says he's not. He's a lot more better with survival instincts now. Don't believe him. Uni. Yeah, I don't believe that. I think he's still giving strangers rides from KFC to sketchy parts of the neighborhood he lives in. Right, I mean the town. The bad part of town. Where a bunch of dinosaurs are running around wild. You'd die in a horror movie first. Yeah, you'd walk up to Jason and be asking him like, "Hey, need any help, friend?" You've been watching RoboCop 3 more? Genuinely hate it so fucking much for how bad it gets. Yeah, it's a fucking shame. Yep. I don't know why you're putting yourself through that torture, rewatching it so much. Once was enough for me, like, whenever it came out, way back in the 90s. And I was like, fuck that, never again. Until you rewatched it 25 years later. No, more than 25 years, shit. Yeah, that movie's pretty old by now. Alright, got a key. Mickey D gonna do 40-hour wood survival stream. It's only gonna last like 15 minutes. Get eaten by a bear. You come in Uber and you'll be making money at least. Oh yeah, for real. You could do that. I think they'll hire you right away. I mean, all you need is a car. They'll hire you. Let's see. A car and a phone with GPS, whatever, with Google Maps. Or Apple Maps if you're feeling dangerous. Alright, oh yeah. Got the key. You think horror movies are easy to live through? You just have to move? Okay, Jason, I'm gonna let you finish, but have you beaten ETGBA? Do you guys remember Inspector Gadget? Or is this something else? X-Spectre? Is that like a ripoff? For you, it's how the Robo Samurai go out. Oh yeah, they're so lame. They don't even do anything. Just fucking die. Go out like such jabronis to a little girl with a VTech computer. Yeah. They're supposed to be the big bad new threat, and then they just go out like chumps. So shitty. All around shitty movie. there's like nothing good about it, really. Almost everything just flat out sucks. There's no original RoboCop actor, some new guy. That's pretty lame. The story about homeless people and orphans fighting the police or whatever, that's stupid too. Yeah, just goddamn awful. You're still sick? What the hell? Damn. Hasn't it been like a month? The weather making you sick now? Oh, okay, a different sick, not from the diabetes pills, medication. Oh, here's a door with a lock. Yeah, I feel like I got a little sick, but yeah, I think it's going away. Felt like I was getting a cold or something. What the fuck? I'm supposed to walk through that to get to that pot. Screw that. Yeah, this is a time of year a lot of people start getting sick. Everyone's spreading their gross germs everywhere. Bunch of sickos. Oh shit. God damn you, dinosaur. And we need another key. Alright. Oh. Another pushing blocks puzzle. Oh fuck, what? Whoops. Bam. Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay. Oh shit, I should fucking leave these two outside. They're blocking the path. Alright. Nope, that's not what I want. Which one was moving? That one up there. Let's see. Oh, crap. Alright, that's good enough. Okay. It's done. There we go. Up. This is another 20-minute game. It became a 10-hour game. Oh, what? Oh shit, I see. Alright, it's cool. Certified game of the day. Oh shit, nope. Shit, nope. Nope, nope. Okay. That's just to go back, screw this, yeah, nothing. Don't need to do this now. Oh shit, what? Oh, I gotta set those on fire. Shit. Where's the fire? Shit. Can't go there. Damn. There's fire here, but nope, does not work. Can't believe this game is still going. Yeah, it's supposed to be a 2-hour game, according to the walkthrough. Alright, looks like we all need to go. Oops, come on, separate. Find some fire. Yeah, don't leave. Was there any fire? Shit. Now I'm not sure if that's how you get out of here. Yeah, I'm not sure what the fuck. Oh yeah, ad starting. Okay. Ad time.
He does little comedy skits. From time to time, he'll come interrupt the band. He's real arrogant, like he thinks he's the leader of it, and you know, then he gets made fun of by the band because he's really nobody wanting to be somebody.
Hey, get that organ cranked up. We have a contract to perform.
Rolf, if you didn't notice, I said I need to fix this thing right now.
Our contract says you have to play right now.
Earl Shimurl.
That's funny. Frosty Tools update from Omega's stream. From Omega's Retro Realm, Uni wields mad power, while McDonald's contemplates survival instincts, or lack thereof, in horror flicks. Cheeseburger Cats rants about RoboCop 3, and Floor Tap teases about a 48-hour survival stream. Ad break hits during gameplay, classic Twitch timing. Yeah, stay tuned for more Saturday night Nick shenanigans. You swear this game may have the best use of color you have seen really in a GBA game before. There wasn't a color hack.
Okay, Fred, you're the boss.
Yeah, I am the boss. That reminds me, there's gonna be a few rules around here. One, stay away from the windows and the doors. That jerk down the hall, if he sees you, boom, we'll both be out of here.
Check.
Two, these rugs, you know, they're...
Wait. Oh. Was that it? I don't remember watching that with Mouse Fitzgerald. GBA had better colors.
Hold it down, you stinking swabs! Put all them crates of stolen toys in me cabin and make it snappy, you barnacle butts! Oh, and
your favorite GBA game is Minish?
Question for you.
Yeah.
Who pooped in the peanut
I would say that.
Who pooped in the peanut barrel?
That looks better. And Minish Cap looks pretty great. GBA has tech specs to do SNES colors. However, game devs made the games with much more muted colors due to the original GBA models non-backlit screen. Clip of the day. What the fuck movie? Yeah, you don't know? I don't know what that was. It looked like the movie It, but when did you watch that? Who popped in the peanut barrel?
What do you mean, yeah? Yeah, he is.
Stupid Santa pirate. Always gets it. Oh yeah, Tap missed the Dunstan clip earlier, right? Did you see that, Tap? There was a Dunstan checks in clip.
Oh yeah? Well, I've got some news for you. The Sharks
Yeah, we need Dunstan. You missed it.
Untouchable.
It was a quick little Dunstan clip, but it happened. Jesus Christ. Tab Cola tastes like shit. You don't miss it being on the market.
What?
It was made as a diet option before
These?
Coca-Cola. Oh, Dunstan, there you go. Finally, more Dunstan. Before Coca-Cola made Diet Coke, and Diet Coke is so much superior. I didn't even know Tab was a diet soda. Thought it was just their lame ass second option. Tab. Oh, you didn't see it? Okay. You knew people who used to buy Tab when it was still around? Yeah, like why? What's so good about it? Definitely on drugs. Nephew Quinn is Dark World Mickey. Monkey pointed at chicken. Great value, Dunstan. Clip of the decade. Oh yeah, damn. Where the hell are the...
Goddammit, you're gonna get killed. Stay down.
He's right there. He wants to waste us in a room. Shit is crazy. There is no fire. But... oh, what's this shit? Oh, the hell? Oh shit, there's the fucking fire. Damn. Can I move this one still? Alright, I don't know. Leave that. Alright, damn. Oh, fucking... oh, what the hell? Okay, I can't go over here at all, can I? Guess we're gonna have to take the left side. Or can we go through here? Puzzle of the day. Yeah, hopefully figured it out now. Oh no, fuck no. Shit. I wonder if this guy's gonna block the wind or what? Let's see.
What are you doing?
It does not work.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me?
So I just have to go all the way over there somehow.
Can I do it with just 2 people here? Uh-oh. What the hell? What? This is fucked up. How the hell did this open up last time? I wonder what's different. Fuck. Did I get over there the first time? This way? Crap.
What are you
You've
doing?
been playing this puzzle so long,
What are you
starting
doing?
to check out them titties. It needs to start in OnlyFans.
Just hanging around.
20-minute puzzle. We'll see. Hopefully. Okay, that seems to work. Oh man. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Don't need that anymore. That's it. Alright. Jesus Christ. "20-minute puzzle of the day." GG, thanks. That's it. You know what you're supposed to, yeah. I knew I had to light those fires and all that, but how to get there was a bitch. Can't even tell. Seems like there's nothing to do. Oh. Yeah, I learned from a previous puzzle that when you see those little squares, pink square things, you have to light those up. And what is this shit? It's a grappling hook, and can use a horn and a liana to make more. Alright, and now we jump down this hole. And let's see any secret shit here. Nope. Jump down the hole, and we're out of here. Oh shit, another one? Alright, jumping down all the holes. Oh shit. Is this where you use the grappling hook? Let's see. What the hell did they say? Oh, this shit. The horn. And the liana. And now Anne can use it. Okay. Can anybody else climb? Nope, nobody else. Only her. Now we're free. Let's get the hell out. What? A fucking key? Damn, what the hell? I guess there was another key somewhere. Do I need it? Probably don't even need it. Yeah, I have no idea where I would get another key. Oh, it's probably... Yeah, I probably have to use the grappling hook somewhere else. Oh, I didn't do this. Weird. Oh, I see this monkey statue. Black that. Oh shit, damn. Torch. Oh shit. Damn, I guess I missed this place. I didn't even know existed. A little slide foot, yeah. And goofy sound effects. Here we go. Damn, this dungeon just keeps going and going. Up some stairs. Oh, they do. I thought he was blocking those before. But they do hurt them, okay. Oh shit. Yeah. Right there you need another grappling hook. And that should be it. Go up. Just to open that. I thought I already went that direction. Shit. Dinosaurs, yeah. Yeah, somebody else said that too. Like, what the hell, dinosaurs? Oh shit, what the fuck? Uh-oh. Oh, damn, Tyrannosaurus. Oh, grenades suck.
What are you doing?
Huh?
What are you doing?
Me?
Talk about buttered sausage.
Just hanging
Talk
around.
about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
That it? Oh shit, dang. Alright, come on, separate. Shit. Oh, oof, piece of shit. How many high caliber gunshots it would take to kill a T-Rex? Just one or two? If you shot it directly in the brain, I guess. Oh, in the heart too, yeah. Aim for the heart. And depends too how strong is their skin. And if they got feathers, that'll probably protect them. Their spine is so goddamn big, you would probably need a tank round. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, any rifle probably wouldn't do it. Their brain is so small, oh yeah. It would be hard to actually hit their brain. Definitely a tank. I'm thinking a tank is the way to go. And this temple, the fuck. Guess that was it. Not sure what the hell did we even pick up? Just the grappling hook? Unlock the passage to the lost temple. I mean, that's what we did. What's going on? Oh, it's the freaking spikes right there. Does he need to light up anything there? No. Temple of the Day. Yeah, I guess that's it, but they're saying open up the temple. We just did. We opened it, explored everywhere, killed the T-Rex. Yeah, I guess I won. I don't know. What else did he want? We still haven't even captured King Kong. That was the whole fucking point of the movie. And the game should... I guess that's how it's gonna end. You just capture him. Oh, another false exit. We won't be able to cross that pit on our own. If we can't follow this path any longer, we'll have to find another way back to the main village. Forget about the front. It would be a waste of time. Must be a way to cross. We can't give up now. Grappling hook? Oh wait, now that I know about these stupid fucking tree trunks, it's time for the girl to do some bullshit. There we go. Oh shit, I think we gotta hide. Oh, what the? Yeah, that calls Kong for some reason. And you do a Kong battle. And then the girl's gonna get kidnapped, probably. Because I didn't hide properly, I think. Yeah, son of a bitch. That's what happened last time. What a piece of shit. Kidnapped again. God damn. We have to go find her. She needs our help. No doubt about it. If he's brought her back to his lair. That's where we're headed. I don't know where I was supposed to hide, but I think that's why she gets kidnapped. Supposed to like go behind this shit or something. Oh well, time to go look for her again. For like the third fucking time. Alright, but it's time to go eat. I'll be taking a break. I'll leave the watch later videos on. I guess see what the hell was coming up. Whole bunch of wacky shit. Watch later. Let's see, some stuff I haven't seen. Okay, that one we saw. Sopranos. Okay, all sorts of crazy shit. Alright, cool, I'll let this go. Be back in like 30 maybe. There we go.
let's finish this damn game. Save Anne. Once again, got kidnapped. Is this... Did I go in here already? Think so. Get out of here. Going right. Oh.
Shut up. Ekus. Oh shit. Oh wait, what? I already... Damn. I already came from this side? Shit. What the hell? I think I want to go up there. Okay, this should be it. You got Thunder Ray on sale. What is that? Sounds like a shmup. Shoot 'em up. Oh, it's like Punch Out. Okay, yeah, I saw the trailer for that. Yeah, I think I heard it was good. Saw like some review saying it was pretty good. Yeah. This man, I don't think they remember yesterday I was trying to see if I could get Mad Max and Watchmen, the game, for $5. But there was some stupid glitch that didn't let me. I don't think I got a response from Steam I was asking them like, what the hell is going on here? I try to buy it, and it says like, you have 2 of these or whatever in your cart. Some dumb thing that obviously was something wrong on their part. I'm like, I only fucking clicked on the bundle, that's it. This thing says you cannot purchase 2 of the same thing or some stupid shit. So either they're gonna be able to fix that, or they're gonna lose a bunch of money, shit, from anybody that wanted to buy that bundle. It seems like a pretty good deal. $5. I think that's good enough for Mad Max. That's a deal right there, just Mad Max alone. Shit. You got Sega Collection too? Oh, cause Sega's delisting a lot of their stuff. On the 5th? On the 5th of December, you're saying, or? Damn, what is this place? Can't even tell these places apart anymore. Oh, it's just an empty ass place. Okay. Yeah. The Steam sale's gonna end on the 4th. So, man, I hope Steam figures out how to fucking let me buy the shit they're selling. Or I could get, I guess I could get just Mad Max. I think it's $2 by itself. So yeah, I might get that, just if they don't give me some kind of answer. I could just buy that for $2. That sounds pretty good. Pretty decent there. See this and Vines. Alright, that's good. And switch to the gun. Oh shit, I wasn't even looking at that. Oh my god. Damn. Oh man. Okay, jeez. Wait, what the fuck? What? What is this? Throw a bomb? I don't even have bombs. Or, I don't know what that was. Weird. Don't tell me they sent me backwards. Fucking bullshit. That's dumb. I don't know. It's a weird placement. Gotta do this shit again. Oh, I should have just rewinded. Fuck it. Once again. takes those sudden turns. Thunder Rays 14 on PlayStation. Oh, damn. 5 on Switch? So you got the one on Switch, right? Yeah, that's something you always gotta look out for too. Like, look around on different either Steam sales or whatever store. Could be anywhere, and you'll find a cheaper price. Damn, what the hell? There's gotta be a way to go to the right. Yeah, 5 on Switch. Damn. Now I want to get that. Like, turns out there really was a bunch of good deals for Black Friday or whatever. Thunder Ray. It's a boxing game like Punch Out. Damn, do I take this back or what the? What is this place about? Don't tell me this is just a dead end. Yeah, damn, I can't go anywhere. This sucks. So I do have to jump back in. I swear I was able to go up instead of sideways. Some bull crap. Yeah, tons of great deals. Already bought like 3 games. I bought the Lord of the Rings trilogy extended editions on Blu-ray. That one, cause apparently it's not streaming anywhere. And it would be nice to just have that. Okay, is it because I went this way or some bullshit? Yeah. Is there another whirlpool? Something? Oh shit, there is another. God damn. What the hell? Did not realize this. Okay, make another one. You got time? Oh, you got one of the Mega Man X collections on sale for $4? Holy shit. That's super cheap. Oh shit. Damn it. This better not be the same place. Okay, no, it's definitely different. I'm trying to go right. You got Happy Time Murders? Yeah, for Mouse Fitzgerald. Yeah, I still think Meet the Feebles is more messed up than that. But yeah, I still like that movie too. I think a lot of people didn't like it though. So what does this do? Let's see. Give it to this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I raised his health, or just filled it up or something. Yeah, I saw it. Happy Time Murders. It's good. Oh, that looked like a bomb to me, that symbol. It's an arrow going down. Okay. I don't want to go down there. Gotta figure out how to move either down or to the right. Oh man, this is messed up. Can't go anywhere? What the fuck? Damn, I could have sworn I used to be able to cross to the right from here. Can't take that back. Oh, you got Shakes the Clown finally. And oh, Ratchet and Clank finally showed up. Damn, after 2 weeks. That was from Walmart, or they were, no, that was somebody else, right? Yeah, that's terrible. Pretty bad service. 2 weeks to deliver something. Damn, I can't believe it, but it looks like can't go anywhere. Gotta jump in the pit again. Damn. That sucks. It was from a third party. Oh, okay. Yeah, they do that, right? I notice I've ordered something from Walmart, and it says that it's actually coming from somebody else. For some reason, Walmart is like a middleman, like pretty much they're trying to be like eBay or something. But I think they trick people into thinking it's actually Walmart's, because that's what I thought. I thought it was them sending me whatever I bought. But you take a look at where it's coming from, and it'll say like the person's name or some shit. Damn, so this is not the way to go. God dang. There's one whirlpool. Can I go down at least? Nope. No. Oh, you beat Sonic Colors? I thought you weren't even gonna play it because it was so lame. Packaging was shit, and the disc was loose, shaking around too. Oh damn. Yeah, pretty careless packaging. The seller did not really give a shit. Yeah, there's nowhere to go. Damn. Shakes the Clown you got from Walmart too, and there was only one in stock. So you think it's coming from a third-party seller? Yeah. 'Cause it's weird that Walmart would even carry that. That very, very specific movie, like, what are the chances that they just happen to have a copy of Shakes the Clown? Yeah, that has to be a third-party seller. Alright, guess, shit, gotta find another route. What the hell? Alright, god damn it. Down. Keep going down, down, down. To the right. I think it might be with that centipede there. Oh, god damn it. Okay, somewhere up there. Oof, man. They made this part a little too complex. Okay, now we're getting there. Now we're cooking with butane. Yes. Oh man. Why did they make it so damn complicated? Alright, here we go. Gonna rescue Anne for the 5th time. Oh. Alright, she's right. Over here. You can just pick her up like that. Now what? Find the shore and discover the path to the main village. Oh shit, what? Okay. Shit. Damn it. What? No, is she dead? What? Yeah. Oh man, everything looks the same to me. Shit. Okay. Already lost again. Shit. Oh my god.
Oh, hey, Turnbuck, thanks for the lurk. Shout out to Turnbuck. Clip. Hello, Clip. No Clip. Must be broken again. Damn it. Or wait. Did that just pop up? Ah, shit. Okay. Try again. Because I know Turnbuck has some clips. There we go.
Ace, you still here? Oh shit. What is that? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Make Bart or somebody, let's see who. Knuckles? I don't think I heard Knuckles say anything.
Let me tell you something, brother. Turnbuck is a variety streamer who loves games, beer, and fun. They're all about those retro achievements. What you gonna do? Last time they were streaming was all about badges, but they've also been on a retro subathon. This ain't...
What? Oh, retro subathon, and then bloop. Knuckles dead.
Oh no, 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 no. Get the fuck away. Oh shit. Wonder if there's a freaking map. King Kong. Find the shore and discover the path to the main village.
Oh, hey, Lady Link. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Pretty good.
Okay, little guy. Hey, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Okay, little guy. Okay, little guy.
Just got a little sick. You want to see a shitty movie you saw as a kid? Yeah, I don't know. Can't complain. Having a pretty good weekend. Good Sunday stream. Watched a few Are You Afraid of the Dark episodes. And now I got to King Kong. Oh, this.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Whoops. Wrong one. This is what you saw, what the hell? Weird, man. Tony Hawk had a cartoon. Did that guy say nice strap on? What the fuck? Kind of sick strap is going on. Yup, he said that. Damn. What the hell? That was awful. Your dad bought you that for $5? Damn, I didn't know they made some crappy CGI cartoon for Tony Hawk. Pretty messed up. It's free on YouTube now. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was gonna look. Damn, this stupid. Get out of here. I was gonna look for a map. Maybe if I can look at this entire freaking world. Now, can only hope they got a good map of this. Yeah, damn, they do have some maps. Oh shit, but this is blurry. Breaking game. It looks like the game came with a actual paper map. Holy crap. They knew this stupid world was too complicated. They were like, yeah, kids are gonna need a map for this super confusing ass freaking world. Alright, so where the hell am I? I'm on the bridge. To the right of the plane. And I need to get over here. Alright, hopefully this map is accurate. Looks like it's a bunch of crap. I think it's missing a lot of stuff. I think this is up and then to the left. Left. And then keep going left. Go to the... Whoa, what the hell? That doesn't even make sense. Damn, that's stupid. Yeah, nothing here. Yeah, this map does not really show you all the details. So, pretty terrible. Think might be somewhere where the walkthrough goes right now. Hey, there's a waterfall. Is that it? Shit. Oh man, it looks like it, but I don't think it is the same. Son of a. Wait, what? How many of these are there? 1, 2, 3. Ah, crap. And when I started this game, I thought, yeah, Mechas would like this, but now I don't know. Now the game just got fucking annoying. Man, it was pretty good. The first few hours, everything was going pretty smooth. And now it's just like fucking Uncle Fester's Uncle Fester's Quest Part 3. Just a mess. It's a damn mess. You gonna play Chicken Police? That might be alright. That might be easy to play actually. We already explored this. I remember playing it and it seemed like, yeah, all you do is like make choices like what to say, and that was pretty much it. Eventually I think you'll pick the right thing to say, and the story just moves along. Yeah, but it was a pretty weird game. Did you ever play it before? Oh shit, damn it. There's gotta be an exit. Damn. Don't leave me? Oh, where is this? What the hell? Did I really leave him? Holy shit, all the way back there. Nope. Oh my god, the stupid crab. Holy shit. Bam. Oh no, it's a 12-hour game? Holy shit. Damn. I was hoping it would be like just a few hours. Yeah, 12 hours. I think they went too far with that. And it's like mostly reading, right? I think you have to read all the shit they say instead of voice actors doing all the lines. So that 12 hours of reading, that sounds terrible. I wish games wouldn't do that shit. Damn, do I want to go across this? Can I go across this? With the raft? This is a 12-hour game for me. Because, once again, I ignored the walkthrough and thought I could do it on my own. But that's the biggest mistake I could have made. Thinking this was playable. The curse of the movie games. It continues. Movie-based games are fucked up. Yeah, I don't know if I should do this, but gotta try everything, I guess. Raft. When is the SeaWorld GBA stream? That's a game? SeaWorld? You believe? Gotta believe. Yeah. I think eventually I'll just stumble on the right path. Uni, who are you gonna ban? Who are you gonna bonk with the ban hammer?
And none of you are leaving until we solve this.
Bam straight. Oh yeah, got Anne back. That took a while to find her. Like I knew where she was, but trying to navigate this maze is hell. Everybody? Cool. Everybody run. Can't help this dying person. Just gotta run away. Exit. Oh man, if I gotta go all the way around, I don't know. That's insane. Damn you, King Kong. Why did you make this game so ridiculously complicated towards the very last 10 minutes of the game? Okay, I'm trying to go downwards. It seems like there is no path. So we're going left. Oh shit. I don't even remember this part. Oh damn, this is the gate. So Well, this place is pretty much a dead end. Can't go anywhere. I wish Tap made a map of this game like he did with E.T. I can't believe he spent all that time making a map for E.T. Holy shit. And it worked. It actually helped me out a lot. I think I would have spent like 5 extra hours without that map. Looking around. Oh shit, look at that. I think I'm actually at the right spot. Oh, what's that? You bought a vacuum on Black Friday? Oh. Damn, I missed this. Uni's gonna ban everybody. Oh no, everyone run. He went on clean freak mode. You regret it? Why do you regret cleaning up? You were doing some work prep. Come back and you made some progress. Yeah, a tiny bit of progress. What brand of vacuum? Oh, Dust Devil. Why don't you bring it over and use it? Yeah, use it on Uni's house. Gonna have all the fun with the new vacuum. Yeah, I could probably use a nice new vacuum instead of the old piece of junk I got. Oh, yeah, this... I think I actually found where I'm supposed to be. You love shark vacuums? The only one I know of that I hear about all the time is Dyson. I don't know if they're good or what. Just see those commercials, and I think they're expensive as hell. Dyson vacuum. There's a button. A bridge. You use Dyson? Oh, it was a piece of shit. Damn. Commercials are liars. Damn, what the hell? Oh, maybe grappling hook? Oh shit, there it is. I keep falling. Damn. That's so hard to even notice. You could use the grappling hook here. Only the third time you get to use that. And now she can pull the switch or something. Oh, stand on this.
And we can cross. Alright. Making progress. I guess we can go lower, but what is up here? Oh, just that, yeah. Shark's better. Not cheap. Oh, shark's not cheap either. Agree. Oh, you had a Dyson too? Expensive trash. Broke after a year. Damn. Indeed they are. You have a shark vacuum that's years old and works good still. Oh, damn, you got 6 pets? What kind of pets? Cats and dogs living together? Mass hysteria? Total anarchy? Oh, damn. 3 cats, 3 dogs. That sounds nice. I got 1 cat. And I don't know if I'd want more. I think 1 is pretty good. Yes, mass hysteria. Yeah, that's good. You got that vacuum that actually works. Cause yeah, you can imagine tons of pet hair everywhere. Yeah, I know some people with a bunch of pets, and it's like no matter what, they always have dog hair or whatever, cat hair all over their clothes. Alright, made it. Here we are next to the ocean, but I don't see any boats. Are we lost? Did the sailors leave without us? Come on now, Anne. They've got to be around. Here somewhere. You're half right. We're on the wrong beach. Oh, the hell. The boats are about a mile southwest of us. God damn. Let's not take any chances. I say we avoid trouble altogether and raft there. You miss having less pets. Things get wild when you keep adding more. Yeah, sounds crazy. All those animals running wild. You do your best to not have pet hair all over your clothes. Yeah, you need one of those lint rollers or something else. They have special ones, right, for pet hair. Special rollers to clean up all the hair. Let's get to work. Oh, a few lint rollers. Yeah, just having 1 cat, I think it works out pretty good. I feel like I don't really get covered in too much cat hair. Let's make another raft.
Oh, cool. I didn't have to shoot a bunch of rocks. Jack, we can't leave without warning the villagers that Kong... What? What did she say? I mean, the sentence didn't seem like it made sense. Can't leave without warning the villagers? I think we can't leave without... Oh. Without warning the villagers that Kong is coming, they need our help. I don't know why that sentence looked weird. I think because they break it up into 2 sections. 2 different dialogue boxes. Do you think he'll attack the village? Kong won't give up, he's furious. The village doesn't stand a chance against him. The girl has got a point. Besides, I left some equipment behind. Let's go. I get the feeling we'd better hurry. Oh, you haven't tried those fancy special rollers for furniture and whatnot? Yeah, I was thinking like there's gotta be something specific for pet hair. Cause yeah, lint rollers is pretty much for lint. Dryer lint or whatever. Uh-oh. Whoa, what's going on? Where's King Kong? All the villagers are running towards the gates. What's going on? It must be Kong. He followed us. He'll tear the village to pieces if we don't help them hold the gates back. Forget it. That gate isn't going to hold for long anyway. He's right. It's too dangerous. Once Kong breaks through, we're all done for. Follow me, let's collect my gear and get out of here. Oh shit. More Kong. More Kong battles. Damn. Ooh, check that out. Kong goes berserk. Looks like Kong has finally us cornered Denim. Oh no, Carl Denham won't be outsmarted by an ape. I've got one last trick up my sleeve. What exactly are you talking about? I've been waiting for the right moment to knock out Kong with a couple of gas bombs I brought with us. Just for emergencies. That wasn't in the script. You can't do this. You're crazy. Don't worry, Anne. I'm not going to kill him. I've got other plans for Kong. Any other secrets you'd like to share? Take cover. That's it. One little smoke bomb. Sad music. Shit, that's it. I don't think anyone back home is going to believe us when we tell them about our adventure. I think this is the end of the game. There won't be any doubts once they lay eyes on Kong. Venom has his mind set on bringing Kong back to New York City. Who gave him the right to snatch Kong from his island? Who does he think he is? Take one last good look at that island and kiss all our troubles goodbye. We're on our way back to the city. What are you going to do to Kong? What's going to happen to him when we get back? Listen to me, and the whole world is going to pay to see this. Didn't I tell you I was going to make us rich? Mr. Denim, this isn't right. This isn't what we came here for. I found something that's worth more than all the movies in the world. Kong. Doom, 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 doom. Your kiddo needs to wake up soon? Oh damn, they've been asleep all this time? Or you're gonna have to wake him up, and he hates when you wake him from his nap. He gives you that what the fuck, how rude look. Your cat's knocking stuff over. Good old Alan. Ending of the day. I guess it is. I don't think you get to play in New York. King Kong. Yeah, it's just gonna be like a big cutscene, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, I have traveled from a far and strange place to show you the greatest thing your eyes have ever seen. Behold, Kong, the eighth wonder of the world. I would like you all to meet the bravest girl I've ever known, Miss Anne Darrow. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be standing here today. Don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. Not dinos. Yeah, nobody cared about the dinosaurs. They could have brought some of them. And just giant ape. Don't be alarmed, ladies and gentlemen. Those chains are made of chrome steel. Please make them stop, Mr. Denim. They're scaring him. Yeah, break out of there. Wait a minute, he thinks you're attacking the girl. Yes. Like this music? Oh shit, you do get to play in New York. And kill everybody. Destroy all their cars and motorcycles. This is the game that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. Well, at least this is a cool part. I didn't expect this, but this is more fun than going around in circles. All you gotta do is destroy everything. Boom. And yeah, just like the movie. The movie was like 3 hours long, so that movie felt like it was never gonna end either. Dun, dun, dun. To the top. Oh shit. Hey, there's planes and everything. Only Kong could jump. One more. Oh damn, nope. About 20 more. Oh man, they almost got me. Kong is gonna go down. No, Kong is dead. Damn, damn, damn. Yeah. What? Come on. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was it? Jesus. Okay. Jack, help. And it's me, hang on, dear. Oh, Jack, before our happy ending, we've got to take care of Kongs. We have to help them. You're right, we have no other choice. This is our only chance to make things right. If Kong's going to make it, we need to head back to the boat. We have to take him back to his island. He'll always be safe there. Kong already took out half the streetlights in the city. This plan just might work. Let's hurry to the docks. Oh shit, wait a second. He escapes? What a bunch of bullshit. Congratulations, you have rescued Anne and Kong. That's not what happens. Oh, what a bunch of bullshit. Kong lives. He doesn't live in the movie. God damn it. Remember Pink Panther Genesis? Oh yeah, that's another game that was supposed to be like an hour. It turned out to be like 7 or 8 hours or something. Yeah, that was that one and The Mask are the most brutally, well, The Mask more tough and just ridiculously difficult. Oh, GG, yeah. Question mark. Thanks. Yep, that's the end of it. Kong escapes. I guess since they were probably targeting this towards kids, they didn't want to kill Kong. Even though that's what happens in the movie. Oh, thanks, Cheeseburger. Yep. Finally got through this 20-minute game. It was quite a journey. Oh, ads are in progress. Well, that's actually the whole thing. Starts from the beginning. All right, I'll be right back.
With a huge ass wearing a diaper to then dance in a school's band department and break a piano by gyrating against it. What kind of crazy shit are you talking about, cocktucker? I ain't got time for no baby duck nonsense, and sure as hell ain't breaking no piano with my moves. Iron Mike's got better things to do than be part of that wild scenario. You gotta keep your head straight and not fall into that trap, stick to the stream and enjoy the games, keep it close.
Mediocrity. You're the type of person that'd get lost in a one-way street with a GPS. If brains were honey, you'd be scraping the bottom of an empty jar. You're like a bee that forgot how to sting. All buzz and no bite. But hey, at least you're consistent. Consistently underwhelming. Keep on buzzing. Maybe one day, you'll find the nectar of competence.
Yash Games Live asked me, why are they going to kill the top 1% and split up the rich people's money with everybody? The fuck you talking about, killing the top 1% and splitting up their money? That's some wild conspiracy nonsense, cocktucker. Ain't nobody doing that shit. You gotta keep your mind straight and not fall into that trap. It's just some crazy talk. Stick to the stream and enjoy the games, piece of shit.
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Damn, okay. It just ends like that. Oh shit. They got old school Ghosts and Goblins graphics. Come then, Lila, it's a big world out there and you're going to make it better. Ascend.
Insomniac, Doze asked me, tell me about Paul Stanley's scimitar. The fuck you talking about, Paul Stanley's scimitar? Ain't no knowledge about that here, cocktucker. You messing with the wrong piece of shit if you think Iron Mike knows about that nonsense. Get your facts straight or ask somebody who gives a damn about swords and shit.
Umbran Crow 1215 asked me, roast
Oh, no,
B-habs.
she hasn't been
B-habs,
here.
huh? More like be lame buzzing around the hive of mediocrity. You're the type of person that'd get lost in a one-way street with a GPS. If brains were honey, you'd be scraping the bottom of an empty jar. You're like a bee that forgot how to sting. All buzz and no bite. But hey, at least you're consistent. Consistently underwhelming. Keep on buzzing. Maybe one day, you'll find the nectar of competence.
Just wholesome.
And there was Crazy Marge at the end. So, yep. Finally got through this. Thank God. Alright. So... I think I'll call it here. Yeah. Let's go out on a raid. Not much variety today. That was supposed to be a short game. Oh, you too, Visual. Yeah. Let's see, who can we raid out to? Hope everyone has a good rest of their day. Who's on right now? Let's see. Oh, hey, Jared. Peace, Mac. Yeah. Oh, are you? Says that are you on right now? We'll just go over there. You're gonna play Turkey Time? It's Turkey Time, Bad Games, Crowd Control. Oh, you're winding down. Okay. Yeah, no problem then. Do 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 do. No problem. I just saw you were one of the people on right now, so. But yeah, next time. Uh, yeah, let's go see Noah. I forgot. Yeah, he's right there. He's still on. Read out to Noah. I forgot to lurk in his channel. So, alright, thanks everybody. Rating out in 10. Sounds like a plan. Awesome stream. Oh, thanks, video. Alright, thank you everybody. And until next time, let's raid out.